Chapter 244, Wei Hongdao. Chapter 244, Wei Hongdao TLN. This chapter is sponsored by Raffle Brodziak and Giannis Mockery. Thanks for your support. Qin Xiang was drawing them in. Those 4 true martial sect disciples could also see that clearly. However, they thought Qin Xiang was going to make them enter the extreme martial sect, which was impossible in the Chimu mainland. Once someone entered a sect, they could never enter another sect ever again. Even if they left, the other sect would still not receive them. Qin Xiang told them the route back. He had left many marks along the way as he was traveling. As long as those marks were found, one could very easily reach the outermost periphery simply by backtracking these marks. Then they could converge with disciples of the other sections. Qin Xiang still had some leftover business here. After all, he still had not found the disciples from Lotus Island or Danxiang Taiyuan. Danxiang Taiyuan and the extreme martial sect had pretty good relations, so Qin Xiang did not need to worry about getting attacked by them. As for the Lotus Island, Qin Xiang had yet to come in contact with them. Although Lotus Island was located near the they were in charge of a greater portion of the Qinu mainland. As such, they were also one of the relatively stronger forces. After the true martial sect's disciples left, Qin Xiang continued on his journey to the next known ambush point to see if he could find the disciples of Danxiang Taiyuan and Lotus Island. Just as Qin Xiang entered the ghastly forest, his hair stood up on its ends. The noxious aura surrounding them was extremely dense, accompanied by an extremely nauseating stench. Suddenly, a red aura flashed through the dark forest. Qin Xiang felt a cold plus run down his spine before he hastily reacted by jumping into the air. He was drenched in cold sweat as he saw the ground he stood on a moment ago replaced with a deep gully dug out by that red aura. If that attack had landed on him, the aftermath would have been disastrous. Both the speed and strength from that earlier blow was quite frightening. However, the most crucial factor was its concealing ability. If not for Qin Xiang having gone through countless fights, allowing his instincts to help him react in a split second, he would have been killed. Ha ha! With utter astonishment, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a very sharp, ear-piercing laughter that could cause anyone who heard it have guseb. MPS. After Qin Xiang landed on the ground, he immediately took out the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade. At this moment, that blood-red aura flashed once again. Qin Xiang had already made preparations to deal with any kind of attack with his blade. Using the huge body of the blade, Qin Xiang resisted the powerful oncoming attack. It came from a very long sword, completely blood-red, glistening in a crimson light. The person holding the sword surprised Qin Xiang even more. It was a young man with shoulder-length hair, which was also blood-red. Even his eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed like a very bizarre and frightening monster. The young man suddenly opened his mouth, and a very long red tongue stretched out. He licked that blood-red long sword, making the scene look even more hair-raising and bizarre. Qin Xiang retreated a few steps before he coldly asked, "Who are you?" He was sure this guy was a disciple of a devil sect. Moreover, he was definitely very strong. TSK. The red-haired man shook his head and sneered. "You are Qin Xiang, the top youngest martial artist of the extreme martial sect," with name reverberating like thunder. "I had not thought you were so ignorant. You really don't know who I am?" Qin Xiang snorted, said, "I don't know exactly who you are, but you're definitely a disciple of a devil path sect. That being the case, I'll introduce myself so that you can die knowing who's responsible for your death. However, it seems my reputation is not widespread. You actually don't know who I am." The red-haired man suddenly put on a red gown and proudly said, "I'm Wei Hongdao of the Blood Refining Clan." Qin Xiang frowned. The Blood Refining Clan was one of the strongest among the 5 major devil sections. He had indeed heard a little about Wu Hongdao. His age was similar to Qin Xiang's, and both of them possessed frightening strength at such a young age, along with stunning talent. However, In light of their reputations, Wei Hongdao and Qin Xiang were miles apart. Wei Hongdao was truly a devil. He specifically slaughtered civilians in cold blood. Burning and looting were just some of his deeds. He had committed many unimaginable crimes. You came here to die? Qin Xiang squinted his eyes. Killing this kind of devil would allow his state of mind to reach sublimation. He would never have any scruples to attack people like Wei Hongdao. Not to mention the fact that Qin Xiang had just strided into the 5th level of the true martial realm, and had been worried he would have no opportunity to try out his newfound strength. The Devil Path sect actually sent a disciple with such high potential into this battle. It was totally out of Qin Xiang's expectations. One must know there were not that many true martial realm martial artists in the Devil Path sects. It was much less than the righteous sections. As for outstanding disciples, they were even fewer. Humph, you really have a big mouth. Don't think with your little reputation. You have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Aren't you just lucky and managed to create some large commotion just because of fortunate opportunities? Let me tell you, not to mention you with this sort of strength, even a 9th level true martial realm martial artist would die by my hands. Wei Hongdao furiously said, while he swiftly and violently brandished his blade very fast. It was like a red lightning bolt suddenly shot towards Qin Xiang. In the case that Qin Xiang was prepared, this kind of speed was still very easy to deal with. Moreover, he had already been vigilant. When Wei Hongdao attacked, Qin Xiang also brandished his azure dragon slaughtering devil blade at the same time. With an azure flash, the two weapons collided together. Chi waves burst forth one after the other from the impact, as a storm burst forth that even made the trees around them smashed into mere splinters in the blink of an eye. Even while just chatting, a casual wave of their weapons could result in such a frightening shockwave. It even seemed that their strength was equal. The blood-refining clan was a devil path sect which made people terror-stricken just from hearing their name because of their sex, blood, refining, great devil technique, which was simply cultivation using blood. Under this technique, the cultivator required a vast amount of blood during the cultivation, while crystal stones were thrown in the sea of blood. The cultivator immersed themselves within this concoction. This way of cultivation was already very nauseating. However, what made everyone intolerable of this method of cultivation was that all the blood was obtained through killing powerless mortals in order to procure that vast amount of blood quickly. It was also this reason that no members of the righteous sects could allow the Devil Path sects to grow. Otherwise, the majority of the civilians from the Qinwu mainland would become nothing more than a disposable resource for the cultivation of the Devil Path sections. Wei Hongdao's feet moved a bit, but he firmly held his ground. Although his face was unspeakably dignified, it was also a bit red. From Qin Xiang's blow, Wei Hongdao could roughly gauge his opponent's strength, which was a lot stronger than the rumor had stated. It was said that Qin Xiang was only in the 2nd level of the true martial realm, and by relying on mysterious martial skills and his powerful blade, his true strength would be able to contend with someone in the 5th level of the true martial realm. Of course, it also mentioned that Qin Xiang had another status that Wei Hongdao couldn't overlook. As an alchemist, Qin Xiang could eat his own dawn, which was a very easy and smooth course for cultivation. The true qi gained would be even more rich, and the advancement of cultivation was definitely not slow. Qin Xiang had a look of ease on his face. Although Wei Hongdao was in the 5th level of the true martial realm and the true qi in his body was very tyrannical, it was not vigorous enough. The explosive force was strong, but it was not sustainable. After both of them faced each other's strike, they were silent for a moment before attacking once again. This time, it was actually Qin Xiang who took action first. However, just as he started his attack, Wei Hongdao immediately retaliated. The azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade, flashed towards Wei Hongdao within the blink of an eye. An increasingly dense azure aura and incomparably fierce, imposing atmosphere weighed down on him as the cleaving strike seemed to split heaven and earth apart. Weighing 100,000 genes, The blow still cleaved like lightning and instantly struck down with an imposing heaven-shocking aura. At the same time the blade was drawn, it made a clean sweep of everything around them. Before it, the dark clouds in the sky trundled, the fierce wind erupted in between the mountains. This earth-shattering and nature-altering strike shocked Wei Hongdao to no end. He suddenly felt like his attempt at a counterattack was very, very small and insignificant. Chapter 245 Finally Gathered. Chapter 245 Finally Gathered TLN. This chapter is sponsored by Giannis Mockery. Thanks for your support. Originally, Wei Hongdao thought that his strength was equal or even beyond Qin Xiang's by a wide margin. However, he didn't expect Qin Xiang to actually have such a frightening blade technique. When this blade strike was coming, he practically saw a large wave with thunder and lightning envelop him. At this moment, it was already too late to dodge, so he could only block with his long blade and exhaust all his true qi. The blade strike Qin Xiang had used was the wave strike of the Dragon Slayer's 7 killing cut. It was incomparably overbearing and contained infinite power. This was the first time he had used this technique, and its might had shocked Qin Xiang too. Although Wei Hongdao's red long blade was an 8th level spirit weapon, when facing with the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, this divine weapon, it appeared to be insignificant. During the oncoming cleave of the huge blade, the blade body was wrapped in a layer of transparent and formidable power. It was full of destruction, and it carried unparalleled destructive force as it hacked towards Wei Hongdao's head. When Wei Hongdao felt that tremendous true qi, his heart H.I. plus varied with fear. As soon as Qin Xiang's huge blade collided with his red blade, the red blade instantly shattered into pieces. He was already cornered, and in the next moment, an excruciating pain erupted from his body. The Dragon Slayer's 7 killing cut was originally used to kill dragons. It had tyrannical might as well as a fierce, imposing manner. There was no way for a human to withstand it, and trying to do so only had one end: annihilation. After Wei Hongdao was cut with that terrifying power released by the wave strike, he vanished in a puff of smoke along with his blade. Qin Xiang kept his blade, and with a calm look he left the area. He was in the 5th level of the true martial realm, and only someone higher than the 6th level of the true martial realm could make him raise his guard. After all, it was already difficult to find an opponent in the same level as him. After crossing a few high mountains, when Qin Xiang was halfway up a mountain, he suddenly saw slight movements among the trees not far away from him. Looking carefully, he saw many people running in the forest. In front, the disciples of the Lotus Island and Danxiang Taiyuan were running, while from behind, they were being chased by a large crowd of human devils. It was quite clear that those human devil were not manipulated by anyone. Otherwise, they would not be so violent, nor would so many of them give chase to humans all at once. Qin Xiang rushed down, and with a few jumps he arrived behind the disciples. After those disciples saw Qin Xiang, for some unknown reason, they heaved a sigh of relief in their heart. Everyone just saw Qin Xiang wielding both of his palms, striking them continuously. Rumbles relentlessly echoed out, and with each palm strike, the ground would severely tremble. Wherever the waves from his palms went, the ground would split and the trees would be uprooted. The shocking heaven palm was like fierce winds and mighty waves. As Qin Xiang continuously struck like waves after waves, the majority of those mindless and violent human devils were simultaneously hit. Near the place where the socking heavenly palm landed, either both blood and meat flew everywhere, or the human devils would spat out black blood as their whole body lay paralyzed. As for those far-away violent human devils struck by the qi waves, the true qi within their body turned even more tyrannical, and as such, many human devils weren't able to control the fluctuations of true qi, causing them to be injured from their very own true qi. In just a few moments, Qin Xiang had struck tens of shocking heaven palm, and this kind of power, which shook heaven and earth and overturned the mountain and sea, made the Lotus Islands and the Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples extremely horrified. If it was them in place of those human devils, the result would not be any different. In their front, the forest already no longer exists, and a large part of the trees had all been destroyed by Qin Xiang's shocking heaven palm. Those 200 to 300 human devils were either turned into ABLOOD, Y pulp from the vigorous palm force, or were all torn apart, completely collapsed on the ground. Qin Xiang frowned. He suddenly felt a great movement from far away. As if 10,000 horses were galloping, he reckoned a large number of devil beasts were Rus. I plussing, so he quickly cried, "Walk quickly!" There were 7 disciples from the Danxiang Taiyuan and 6 from the Lotus Island, besides a few who were injured. The rest of them were all fine. They didn't recklessly fight to death with those human devils, but instead they only chose to flee. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been alive till now. They all knew that they did not come here to fight to death. Rather, they came here to survive. All the way, everyone was running. Qin Xiang, with them, was quite close to the depths of the wasteland. In here, the devil beasts were rather large in number, and all of them were quite powerful. Plus, having so many people in the periphery of the wasteland would produce large movement, very easily disturbing some powerful fellows in the depths. And this was something Qin Xiang didn't want to happen. Everyone has been found, however, the Beast Martial sect and the Proud Sword sect's disciples were not only ungrateful, they even chose to attack Qin Xiang, and thus they were all annihilated by him. However, it was not more than 10 people, and those devil sect disciples had more casualties. After continuously running for 3 days, Qin Xiang finally brought the disciples of the Danxiang Taiyuan and the Lotus Island to meeting point. After coming here, Qin Xiang noticed many corpses laid on the ground, and all of them were either of human devils or of devil beasts. These past few days, all of them has been very vigilant, and although their face was filled with worry, after seeing Qin Xiang arrive, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone had the very same look. All of them could not bear to smile, because they were all aware that they were in a very precarious position, especially against those powerful devil beasts. Qin Xiang, after seeing a large head of a wolf, immediately knew that these devil beasts weren't controlled, and they came from the depths. "Are all of you all right?" Qin Xiang asked. "We're all right. Fortunately, we were all together, otherwise we would have been eaten by those pack of wolves." Lung Yulan said, "When thinking about those frightening devil beasts, a terrified look once again appeared on her face. The ground was completely covered in traces of fierce battle. All of them were forced to act together, and only then was it killed. Such deed was certainly marvelous, and even for Qin Xiang, perhaps it would have been difficult to complete, unless he borrowed Long Shui's strength. We have already buried a lot of corpses. Younger brother Qin, you didn't know, but we were besieged by a few groups of devil beasts and human devils. However, their corpses didn't have anything valuable, and we didn't really make money this time." Zhu Rong complained. His face was completely filled with a look of fatigue, as though the battle against the pack of wolves happened very recently. The disciples of the righteous sect were only 40, but the devil sect's disciples were much more than them, and most of them could even control these devil beasts and human devils. Thinking of this point, many of them secretly started to get worried. They were all anxious if they would be caught and used as a sacrifice. Observing everyone's complexion, which was filled with dread and without the least bit of morale, Qin Xiang knew that it was no good, so he shouted, "Who can create an array? A defensive array." Seeing no one replied, Qin Xiang sighed in his heart, but at this very moment, Xue Xianxian said in a small voice, "Brother Xiang, I can a little bit. However, a lot of crystal stones are required for an array. High-grade and top-grade crystal stones are a must." Lung Yulan also came beside Qin Xiang and said, "Brother, I also know a little bit. What type of array should I draw?" After thinking it through, Qin Xiang was able to understand that both Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan were personally taught by Lu Menger. Lu Menger was a grand refiner, and with regards to array spirit patterns, she was of course proficient. Shui Xianxian and Lung Yulan being able to understand them was not strange. I don't have high-grade crystal stones, but I have a few top-grade crystal stones. Everyone was secretly shocked. Before, when they were fighting against the human devils and devil beasts, both Shui Xianxian and Lung Yulan had shown quite a lot of power. Both of them were rather formidable. Their attacks were overbearing and brutal, causing many men to feel ashamed. And now they would have never expected both of them to call Chen Xiang as brother. And it even seems that their relations, H.I. plus P, was also quite excellent. This made many of them to feel somewhat jealous. Chapter 246, Working Together. Chapter 246, Working Together. Chen Xiang selected a hill and then explained his plan to everybody. His plan was to dig some cave inside this hill and hid inside there. He was planning to have them wait for the rest of the next 2 months there, and in order to ensure safety, he suggested to also dug another tunnel inside, which would be connected another side. If it still could not turn the tables against their attackers, then they could escape from that tunnel. We will also arrange a large formation, so if we encountered a powerful guy, then we can just open the formation. That way, we can resist for some time while everybody escapes from the other tunnel. Chun Xiang said. Everyone here had received the help of Chen Xiang, so they had no objection, and they very much supported Chen Xiang. Okay, for the start, everyone should divide the labor and work in cooperation. Those who are in the 4th level true martial realm and above should go in patrol, lest we are raided. Xian and Yulan will proceed to lay out the formation, and as for the others, they should go and dig the tunnel. There is no need for the female disciples to dig. Just go help in arranging the large formation. Chun Xiang said. Zhu Rong curled his lips and said, Younger brother Qin, you can't be lazy. You also have to dig the tunnels with us. Yun Xiao Dao nodded his head and said, Yes. Elder brother Qin, you need to be fair. The 4th level or 5th level true martial realm disciples were here to protect them, which would allow the others to dig at ease. That was why there was no objection. Chun Xiang curled his lips. Hey, I'm already in 5th level of the true martial realm, so I don't need to dig. Everyone was shocked. All of them always thought he was in the 2nd or 3rd level of the true martial realm, and the reason he could exert such as a terrifying strength was because he was relying on a powerful blade and a mysterious martial skill. However, according to Qin Xiang, he was already at the 5th level of the true martial realm. They thought that wouldn't that mean his strength was now comparable to a 6th or 7th level true martial realm martial artist. True or false? Zhu Rong was somewhat in disbelief. He knew that Chen Xiang, at the 3rd level of the true martial realm, could very well imitate the strength of a martial artist in the 5th level of the true martial realm. Yun Xiaodao, as well as everyone else, were also staring at Chen Xiang in disbelief. Shui Xianxian and Lung Yulan, who had been very trusting to Qin Xiang, felt that Qin Xiang's sudden increase of cultivation was inconceivable. Have you heard of Wei Hongtao? A while back, I have finished him off in the forest. Chun Xiang smiled and said, Wei Hongtao was an infamous young martial artist in the Devil Path sect. In the 5th level of the true martial realm, he was able to kill a 6th level true martial realm martial artist. I, with a single blade strike, beheaded him. If you don't believe, does any of you dare to try? Chun Xiang laughed and said, hearing that he beheaded Wei Hongtao with a blade strike, everyone gulped a cold lump in their throat. Before, they had heard a very large commotion coming from the forest, and they of course knew that it was Qin Xiang's deed. But hearing it from Chen Xiang himself, now they couldn't help but believe it. After knowing Qin Xiang's accurate strength, everyone felt a lot more at ease. In here there were several alchemists, and with their help they could recover quickly. Brother, are you not going to search for the disciples of the Beast Martial Sect and the Proud Sword Sect? Lung Yulan asked. Chun Xiang sneered. No need to search for them. Those ungrateful B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. have been chopped by me. In order to save them, wrestled with a powerful devil beast, and finally I was seriously injured. But those guys coveted my treasured blade, and in turn they came to kill me. Fortunately, I still had a little bit of strength left. Brother Xiang, were your injuries serious? Shui Xianxian hastily ran over, held Chen Xiang's wrist. She very much wanted to check on Qin Xiang's injuries. I'm completely fine. Not to mention that because of them, I have entered the 5th level of the true martial realm. Qin Xiang squeezed her face, smiled, and said. Yun Xiaodao coldly snorted. Those guys can go to H.E.L. after we leave this Ned place. Let's inform the dean. They'll destroy the beast martial sect and the proud sword sect. Once the other sect's disciples heard their conversation, they were completely astonished. Prior to coming here, Gu Dongqin had stated that whoever dared to make a move on Qin Xiang, their sect would be completely finished. After they leave, a reign of terror was definite. Gu Dongqin had already cut the dean of the beast martial sect before, and now it was not difficult to extinguish the beast martial sect. Not to mention the proud sword sect was not on well terms with many other sects, and they even had history of colluding with devil path sects, because they wanted to seize the crystal stone mine of the extreme martial sect. This caused a rift between both of the sections. In the hill, a relatively big stone room along with many smaller stone rooms were dug out. The entire hill was made of hard black stone. It was very difficult to dig. However, when encountered a concentration of attacks, it wasn't able to withstand much longer. The escape paths sage lead to a forest far away, which was only decided after discussing with many people. The opposite of this forest was precisely that canyon which disappeared, and the trees in that place were relatively bigger. The ground was also hard. All of it was made of very hard stone. If they encountered a group attack, then they could use the lush trees to resist. Among the 40 people, only 7 were girls, and no more than 13 were in or above the 4th level of the true marital realm. They made a big part of the group. That was why only 20 were now digging the tunnels. But even if the stone was hard, for true marital realm martial artists, it was a piece of cake. Using their vigorous, true qi and spirit weapons, it was not too difficult to dig up. Leng Yulan and Shui Xiang lead the 5 girls to the array. This kind of careful work could only be finished better if it was done by girls. Qin Xiang, from time to time, was watching at the creation of the array. The females also had to do hard work. They had to carve very fine lines on the ground and on the rigid stone wall. Also, there was no room for mistakes. Furthermore, both Shui Xianxian and Leng Yulan would release some cold qi on the ground to make some markings for the other girls to dig. After they were done marking the ground, they would also partake. 1. P8 in digging. Qianqian, your flame is very formidable, and you can easily create fine lines. If this goes on, then we would be finished quite early. Shui Xianxian exclaimed. She saw Wu Qianqian, with just a finger, draw on the rigid ground, as if it was in an ordinary mud. Although there was no flame on Wu Qianqian's jade-like finger, the heat it released could still be felt. Haha, my flames are only formidable. I'm still not like you. Xianxian, not only do you know how to create arrays, you're also so formidable. Wu Qianqian laughed and said. Leng Yulan said, Qianqian, you flames are marvelous. I also use flames, but I'm unable to use flames like you. She, by infusing the flames in her spirit grade dagger, very carefully started carving some lines on the ground. The other girls were doing marking the ground in unison. All of them were either using their own spirit weapon or true qi. Are the carvings here correct? Qin Xiang walked over and asked, but it still needs a very long time to finish. The top of the mountain, the foot of the mountain, and the cirque, inference of the entire mountain should also have some carvings. Shui Xianxian replied, This old lady was originally not cut out for this careful work. However, the dean insisted on Pa S. Sing it to me. Leng Yulan lightly snorted. She seemed anxious to draw the big sword on her back and ruthlessly hack it on the ground. Chun Xiang slightly smiled and said, Yulan, then you can go dig the caves. Leave the rest to me. You alone? A girl asked. This was the true martial sect's disciple Yendai. Chun Xiang nodded his head. They only saw him wave his arm before many small specks of flame accurately fell on those drawing on the ground. Xue Xianxian and Lang Yulan had spent most of the day in carving these marks. They were now covered in frost, and it was very easy to identify them. Once Chun Xiang's divine sense was transmitted, those small specks of fire suddenly landed onto the ground. Afterwards, they began to move, burning the ground as easy as burning ice. Not long after, many lines appeared very quickly and easily, and this made all those girls extremely surprised. Everyone, without any exception, looked at Chun Xiang in admiration. Once those small fire specks were extinguished, Chun Xiang would then wave his hand again, releasing more of those small fire specks. Chapter 247, Profound Fire Exquisite Tower. Chapter 247, Profound Fire Exquisite Tower TLN. Yet another chapter sponsored by Giannis Mockery. Thank you for your support. Edian, you're helping Ash buy a car. 3. Lan Yulan patted Chun Xiang's shoulder, laughed, and said, Brother, you're really awesome. Xue Xianxian played with her white hair, tenderly smiled, and said, Good sister, you quickly go and dig. Making you do this kind of delicate work has truly wronged you. Lang Yulan open-heartedly smiled, pulled the big sword on her back, and ran towards a cave. The other girls also followed her behind. They all didn't want to remain idle, and they also wanted to contribute. Although they were girls, they could not show any weakness. Qian, you should also do the same. Give it a try. Chun Xiang said, although he was faster compared to those girls, it would still need some time before the formation would be completed. And even after finus, plussing, there was still a lot of afterwork left to do. Wu Qianqian nodded her head. She imitated Chun Xiang and released some small specks of fire from her hands. However, she could only release 5 specks of fire, unlike Chun Xiang, who released many. At this time, Wu Qianqian realized how frightening the divine sense that was needed in controlling the movements of these specks of fire, and she also realized the amount of heat in order to burn the ground. This made her aware of her own inadequacies, especially the difference between herself and Chun Xiang. Brother Xiang, how many top-grade crystal stones do you have? Xue Xianxian asked. How many top-grade crystal stones do you need to lay out this formation? Chun Xiang asked. Xue Xianxian furrowed her brows and slightly pondered for a while before speaking. Probably 300 or so. This is the Profound Fire Exquisite Tower formation taught by my teacher. It is very suitable in this kind of mountainous terrain. You can turn this hill into a tower-like structure, and it would generally be useful as a defensive structure. It would need a large amount of flames, though. Chun Xiang took out a rather large piece of top-grade crystal stone and handed it to Xianxian. This should be enough. Xue Xianxian stuck out her tongue, tenderly laughed, and said, Brother Xiang, you are truly overflowing with riches. No wonder Zhu Lao always wanted me to inquire about your things, but also asked me to speak good things about him in front of you. These days, Xue Xianxian became familiar with Chun Xiang's friends, and at the same time, she also came to know some of Chun Xiang's deeds from them. Not to mention Yin Xiao Dao, Zhu Rong, and the others were all very interesting too. However, what made it unbearable for her was Yao Haixing actually called her mistress with a straight face. After Chun Xiang came to know, his belly almost burst. He certainly knew Yao Haixing already didn't hate him. He knew that it was not wise to do so. Chun Xiang once again gave many middle-aged crystal stones to Xue Xianxian. They were also used in the large formation. Chun Xiang had no shortage of these crystal stones, and he didn't feel any heartache giving them away. On the contrary, Wu Qianqian and Xue Xianxian were both very surprised. Chun Xiang's wealth was simply amazing. Shui Xianxian carefully cut those top-grade crystal stones, and only after 1 hour of meticulous cutting was she finished. At this time, she called Leng Yulan and asked her to help her in setting these crystal stones in their designated place. After fineness, plussing setting them up, they still needed to infuse these carvings with pure fire attributed true qi. And with all the crystal stones linked up, the large formation would then be up and running. What caused Qin Xiang to become surprised was Shui Xianxian actually knew how to use fire. Before, he had only seen her use cold true qi, but now he suddenly understood that Shui Xianxian also had fire and ice veins, and Lu Menjie was also the same. That was also why she took her in as her apprentice. Qin Xiang's master and senior apprentice brother both had yin and yang veins. Lu Menjie herself had fire and ice veins. That was why she carefully nurtured Leng Yulan and Shui Xianxian. He knew that the rank of Shui Xianxian's fire and ice veins were definitely not low, and at least it was heaven-level vein, or perhaps it could even be a divine vein. Otherwise, she would not advance so quickly. A whole day passed, said. An entire hill was completely covered in crisscross lines. In between these lines, a crystal stone was placed. Shui Xianxian had evenly embedded those 300 top-grade crystal stones in the large formation. It was also the first time for Leng Yulan and her to lay out this large formation. At the end, both Shui Xianxian and Leng Yulan were quite doubtful, because the way to lay out the formation they had learned was exactly the same. However, they understood very well the relation of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire and the Icewind Valley. That was why they were not that suspicious. Qin Xiang promised Lu Menjie that he would not tell Shui Xianxian and Leng Yulan about her ident. 1. Tai, but now it seemed Lu Menjie had been very good to the both of them and also taught them the same things. The only thing it is lacking is powerful flames. Elder brother, your flames are more formidable, and its density is also very high. If your flames filled this large formation, maybe it could make this large formation become more powerful. Leng Yulan said, under everyone's cooperation, the large formation was finally finished. Tunnels, as well as the underground sage were dug, while the 4th-level true realm martial artists and above had also fended some attacks from the devil beasts and human devils. Although they encountered many problems, in the end it was all resolved. Qin Xiang took a leap, jumped up to the hilltop, and said, I'll give it a try. Suddenly, on his body, flames emerged, and scorching qi waves suddenly surged towards every direction. Regarding these kind of flames, everyone felt extremely surprised. They now understood why Qin Xiang, at such a young age, was a 4th-level alchemist. Relying on this kind of flame, he was truly worthy of his tea. Qin Xiang, with his fearsome divine sense, controlled the overflowing flames and directed them into those tiny indentations inside the formation. His flames at this moment were thoroughly compressed, appearing very small. But in truth, a small speck of it could casually burn the whole forest. Leng Yulan and Shui Xianxian, using their divine sense, guided Qin Xiang's flames into those carvings inside. At the same time, they made the flames flow into the embedded crystal stones so that they would fuse together. Otherwise, those crystal stones would explode from the incineration of flames. On that hill, there was a good several hundred thousands of crystal stones, and the thought of them exploding at the same time was extremely terrifying. At night, in a pitch-black wasteland, a small hill was glittering in red light. The hill was completely covered in fiery red spirit patterns, which appeared very beautiful as well as extremely profound. Qin Xiang, in a steady stream, continued to release many flames, almost consuming his entire vermilion bird true qi. The richness of his true qi also made everyone feel shocked, especially those who utilized fire. Qin Xiang's flames were originally very frightening, and in their opinion, Qin Xiang could not release it for too long. But at this moment, several hours had already passed, and the flames being released by Chun Xiang did not show any signs of weakening. Finished. Leng Yulin and Xue Xiang, at the same time, tenderly shouted. Their forehead was sweating profusely, because they had consumed too much of their divine sense. Usually, when they were cultivating, Lu Menger was very demanding with them, especially with regards to their divine sense. That was why their divine sense wasn't lacking. Many disciples arrived at the same time, and at this moment there was too much of a difference between themselves and those young and famous disciples. If it was them, they simply could not hold for so long. They obviously knew others had given a lot of effort. Chun Xiang retracted the flames and took a deep breath. On the hill, those red spirit patterns also immediately disappeared, and even those carved lines had not trace left. This made many secretly amazed. They had personally seen the others lay out a large formation, but all of a sudden, not even a trace was left. These spirit patterns were originally very mystical, and after the spirit patterns absorbed Chun Xiang's flames, Chun Xiang didn't feel surprised from what occurred next. If this hill was besieged, what do we do if they broke the large formation? Zhu Rong worriedly asked. He knew a lot of crystal stones were used, and although the crystal stones were not his, it still made his heart bleed as if it was his. Rest assured this large formation has already been integrated, unless all its strength has been consumed, or the formation's base was destroyed by someone who knew how to break the formation. It would not be destroyed. Of course, this large formation is mainly for stalling time, allowing everybody to escape using the underground tunnel. If it is just some underlings, we ourselves will simply finish them off. Leng Yulan said. Chapter 248, Greater Crisis. Chapter 248, Greater Crisis. The Devil's Sect disciples and those ordinary devil beasts and human devils simply did not pose any threat to them. However, what they were afraid of was encountering those terrifying devil beasts, such as pack leaders or ancient beasts from remote antiquities, like the black-armored crocodile Chun Xiang had encountered before. Of course, this level of devil beasts were somewhat manageable, but if even more powerful beings showed up, like those who reached the extreme state, they would have no way to resist. Inside the hill, everyone was together in a circle eating some sort of meat from a demon beast. This had all been provided by Zhu Rong, only he would carry so much food. 2 months. Only a little amount of time has passed, said. I'm worried about that altar. This is a huge opportunity for those devil path cultivators to turn things around. They've definitely made backup plans. As long as the altar is there, they are able to communicate with individuals from the devil domain. With their help, they could still do many things. Chun Xiang sighed, looking at the terrain of the southern wasteland. It was almost certain that many powerful existences had been sealed inside. Moreover, there was also a mysterious altar inside. It was quite evident that these must have been left behind from the last great war between the 3 heavenly realms. I could go with you to destroy that altar. How Dongqing suggested. Chun Xiang shook his head and said, Senior brother, Hao, you stay here. I'll check it out alone first. If I can't destroy it alone, then I'll come back and we can go together. Hao Dongqing was in the 5th level of the true marital realm and could be considered somewhat powerful, but Chun Xiang going alone was much more convenient given his abilities. Brother, I'll go with you. Leng Yulan said. To travel the world with Chun Xiang has been her dream for a very long time. Yulan, this place needs you. Be obedient. Chun Xiang replied. Leng Yulan was also not weak. There were many 2nd level or 1st level true martial realm martial artists here, but they didn't have any means to retaliate when facing those devil sect disciples. In order to win, many people needed to remain alive, and to ensure that stronger martial artists were required to stay behind to guard. Leng Yulan was somewhat disappointed, but still nodded her head. This is a messaging rune. If there's anything urgent, as long as the rune is burned, I will know. Chun Xiang handed Hao Dongqing the rune. Chun Xiang had obtained this from those free immortal sea disciples he had killed before. Chun Xiang already had decided to go to the altar, But if this place was not safe, he would not be at ease. But now he could go and search for altar without worry. Chen Xiang knew the location of the altar. However, it was relatively deeper into the southern wasteland. In other words, there were also many powerful human devils and devil beasts in his way. The disciples of devil sects had all gathered together. They had not expected they would suffer so many casualties and even lose Wei Hongdan. Things didn't just end there either. It was unlike what they had planned and far worse. Your 100 Poison sect has been flinching, not the little bit useful. Are you good now? Not only did you not capture anyone, you've also disturbed the monsters in depths. A man shouted. These devil sect disciples were hiding in the ground. They all wore a black robe with a hood. All of them had the same outfit on. Humph! We, the 100 Poison sect, specialize in usage of poisons. Don't you already know how we are in regards to others' respects? If no one cooperated with us, we simply could not approach closer to them. It's really windy here, too. Any kind of poisonous air would be blown away, and could also cause our own side to be poisoned. Our hidden weapons also cannot be used against these kind of formidable righteous disciples. Ahoa! R.S.E. Sound retorted. Now they're all are hiding. They seem to be aware of our plot. But how could they have found out? We would all rather die than speak. If they don't enter the forests, we simply cannot ambush them and can only fight a head-on battle. It's almost like there's not enough of us to kill from the aftermath of the battle. Besides, Boss Wei might also be dead. A lamenting, sharp, and demonic voice came. It seems we can only try that way. An old sound said. Chun Xiang nimbly leapt through the mountain forest. He encountered a lot of devil beasts and human devils, but he was extremely quick and managed to escape from those bunch of devil creatures. He was currently somewhat suspicious. It seemed these human devils and devil beasts knew there were humans in nearby. Do these guys have very strong sensibility? Chun Xiang muttered, before Shui Xianxian and the others at the converging point has been attacked by wave after waves of devil beasts and human devils. Now they were once again Russ. Plussing towards that place. Chun Xiang could not help but be worried as he sped up towards the altar. These devils, beasts, and human devils are all in true martial realm, but their intelligence is very common. Even if their sense of smell is extremely sensitive, they would never think of Russ. Plussing towards some faraway place unless. Su Meiao's tone became solemn. This group is being directed by a powerful individual. The southern wasteland is an ancient battlefield. Maybe those powerful demon or devils from time immemorial are here. They may be sealed up, but they could still use their divine sense. Bai Yuyu's voice turned even colder. Chun Xiang's whole body quivered from shock. Are those formidable guys sealed in the depths making these devil beasts and human devils grab humans in order to open the altar and free themselves? At this point, not only the devil sect disciples wanted to free them, those old BASTARDS were trying to free themselves. Things have become more and more serious, which increased Chen Xiang's determination to destroy the altar. Their guess was definitely fairly accurate. Long Shui said, if that's the case, then those powerful guys are still sealed. Hurry up and destroy the altar. If they come out, then the situation would be too horrible to describe. Who the HEL? I was responsible for this place during the three-realm great battle. In remote antiquity, they actually left such dangerous beings. Chen Xiang secretly cursed. Some guys are too formidable and very hard to kill. One only can seal them. Long Shui said. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were both silent, especially Su Meiyao. Chen Xiang found she seemed to be worried about something, and didn't have her previous demeanor with that enchanting, smiling expression. These groups of human devils and beasts devils chased Chen Xiang for a while before giving up. It seemed like they were under control of someone, but Chen Xiang would not allow these groups to go and besiege those disciples in the small hill. Chen Xiang jumped up in the air and smacked a palm towards the ground. Universal true qi transformed into a huge transparent palm, fiercely pressing down on the earth, turning those devil creatures into patties one by one. Qin Xiang, be careful. If these things are being controlled by someone, they might know what happened here. Plus, you are now on your way to altar. Perhaps that guy might arrange some powerful creature to try and block you. Su Meiyao exhorted in serious tone. Not long after Su Meiyao's words fell, a low-spirited and gloomy beastly roars came from ahead, making the dark wasteland even more frightening. The blowing chilly wind, the inexhaustible death qi, the gloomy beastly roars one after another drifting off into the sky, along with the continuous shaking of the ground, all served to create an incomparably horrifying atmosphere that even sent Qin Xiang into jitters. Come then. Father's azure dragon slaughtering devil blade is not something to be trifled with. As Qin Xiang clasped the blade's hilt, the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade suddenly flashed with an azure aura. Moreover, it slightly trembled as if it was excited, feeling an intention for battle coming from the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. Qin Xiang's blood started seething. The azure dragon slaughtering devil blade's mission was precisely to slaughter devils, as can be seen by its Ti. In battle, it could give Qin Xiang even more power in order to cut demons and extinguish devils. Chapter 249 Priest. Chapter 249 Priest. The trees in front of Qin Xiang were being torn down one by one with tumbling stones and sand flying around everywhere. The very earth shook. It was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping towards him. However, it was not horses, but rather devil beasts, far larger than any horse. From its howl, Qin Xiang could tell it was a very large wolf-type devil beast. Behind Qin Xiang's back, a large bundle of flames suddenly emerged. It formed into a huge pair of wings across his back, making his figure appear like a monstrous firebird. Qin Xiang had released the vermilion bird firewing. The flame's temperature was so high that all the nearby tree spontaneously combusted as a raging forest fire spread everywhere. The sudden sea of flame combined with the billowing smoke from a faraway place was a spectacular scene to behold. The wings on Qin Xiang's back became larger and larger. Currently, Qin Xiang had released all of his vermilion bird true qi. He was preparing to use these wings to meet the impact of those hundreds of thousands of devil beasts charging towards him. If he wanted to escape, that would have been simple. But he could not escape, otherwise these devil beasts would trample over his companions behind him. As Qin Xiang's body was overshadowed by the billowing pillars of flame, he stared at the oncoming wave of devil beasts. Blue veins bulged as he clenched his fists, and along with an insane howl, he moved those 100 zhang long fire wings. With a single flap of those huge wings of flame, a fierce wind erupted as the surroundings were burned to the ground. The stones and soil on the ground turned red hot from the intense heat, and the surroundings were covered in raging flames. With that single flap of those huge wings, everything in front of them were swept away. The dim wasteland had been illuminated in a fiery red light. The originally quaking ground settled down, only to be replaced by miserable, beastly roars. After Qin Xiang whipped those huge vermilion bird fire wings together, an incomparably scorching hot qi wave was produced, followed by the instant incineration of everything in its path. The entire stampede of devil beasts were submerged in flames. These were flames released by someone possessing the heavenly sun fire spirit, extremely young and unbending. These type of flames were unbearable to evil creatures, innately suppressing them. As long as they touched these flames, an excruciating pain would spread throughout their whole body as each cell was burned into ashes. For them, these were the flames from the afterlife, judgment flames specialized in punis. Plusing evil. Just a short span of time said, and those huge fire wings on Qin Xiang's back had already disappeared. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Even though he was the one who used the technique, he still felt the scorching heat from all the flames he had released. The environment in front of him was still burning with bellowing flames, and those devil beasts were struggling. It was like a scene of eternal damnation from the scorching punishments of Ell. Chen Xiang ate some dawn for restoring true qi. Holding the azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade, he entered the sea of flames, which all avoided him like they had a collective conscience to avoid burning him. After entering the sea of fire, Chen Xiang would brandish his blade and behead any struggling devil beasts in his path. The flames had burned for so long, yet a few devil beasts still struggled to stay alive. Their endurance was extraordinary. These were all the larger black and red wolves, far stronger than the ones Chen Xiang had encountered before. He speculated that these wolves still had the ability to rapidly reproduce after turning into devil beasts, and were also very strong. Otherwise there would not be so many of them. Chen Xiang walked in the direction of the loudest roar. As a monstrous, giant black wolf struggling, rolling and howling as it was burned by flames came into his view. Its powerful limbs were being slowly incinerated by the flames, causing it unable to stand. It seems that my flame grew along with my cultivation. It could actually burn this kind of big beast. Chen Xiang slightly smiled before he slashed his azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade, cutting that humongous wolf in half with a powerful azure qi. In the sea of fire, even Chen Xiang didn't know how many wolves he had beheaded. He only knew that the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade was still not completely satisfied. Although he was tightly clasping the blade was still slightly trembling. From the contact between the blade and his hand, Chen Xiang could feel the soaring battle thirst from the blade. "There is a powerful guy in the vicinity," Long Shui shouted. "The sky is also covered in a very evil aura, one filled with violence and blood. It seems a powerful guy is waiting for you up ahead. He should be the strongest opponent you have met since you entered this wasteland." Chen Xiang turned serious as he swallowed a true elemental dan, quickly adjusting his state. He wanted to be in peak condition to face this upcoming powerful threat. Pa-s. Sing through the sea of flames, the world around Chen Xiang suddenly quieted down. Before long, all those miserable howls had already disappeared, as those wolves had all been beheaded by Chen Xiang. To be precise, many more were burned to death by the flames. Smoke was still blowing from that severely burnt forest. A fiery light pierced the sky, brightly illuminating the wasteland. However, the southern wasteland was not hot at all. In fact, it had turned even a little bit colder. The chilly winds became more dense. The devil qi turned even more tyrannical. It was very strange. Chen Xiang carried the huge blade on his shoulder, with the azure dragon making its battle intentions clear SHI plus mirroring in a cold and solemn aura on the blade body, along with the constantly overflow of an imposing manner filled with a majestic aura. Combined, this made Chen Xiang look like he was an evil devil terminator. Chen Xiang halted his steps and took a mouthful of air. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of Chen Xiang. This man had a very skinny build, with all his limbs were completely covered in white cloth. His face was very dark, very cold, like that of a dead man. However, red light could be seen from the pupil of his eyes, making others feel strange. In his hand was a very long bone spear. The snow-white bone spear was actually wrapped in mysterious black encryptions and appeared to be a good weapon. Feeling the intense devil qi spewing out from this man's body, Chen Xiang concluded this man must be a human devil, and also a very formidable, who had retained its spirit wisdom. "What are you going to do at the altar?" that man asked. This voice was stiff as well as cold. Devoid of any emotion whatsoever, it was very creepy. Facing such a man, the normal reaction would be becoming alert and maybe frightened. But Chen Xiang just grinningly smiled and said, "First of all, me going to the altar is none of your business. However, if you really want to know, I can tell you. I'm going there to take AP. ISS. Chen Xiang's reply made that man's stiff face twitch. From those red eyes, ABL, OD, while light flashed through, making Chen Xiang momentarily smell thick death qi, surrounding him with the iron smell of blood. I'm that altar's guardian. I am also its priest. You have blasphemed our sacred altar. I will use your blood, your heart, your soul, and offer it to the devil G. Od. Although that man's voice was stiff, it sounded very excited. When he spoke of devil G. Od, his high-pitched voice was full of respect and humility, completely in conflict with his earlier emotionless speech. Seeing this, Qin Xiang was somewhat surprised. He sneered and said, I'd like to see if you even have the ability to stop me. Just as Qin Xiang finished speaking, he saw a red light flash towards him. In that split second, he fiercely leaned his head to the side, just to see a small amount of his hair drifting away in the cold, bitter wind. At that very moment, the long-boned spear with many spirit patterns was resting on the side of his sheik. Feeling the cold chi gus, plussing out from the bone spear, a chill ran through Qin Xiang's back. Chapter 250, Averting Crisis. Chapter 250, Averting Crisis. The original snow-white bone spear was bathing in a crimson light, as if it was suddenly bleeding, looking very peculiar. After missing his thrust, the priest didn't continue with the second thrust. Instead, he received the bone spear back and retreated a few steps. Both of his hands were holding the bone spear tightly as he raised it in the sky. With a loud shout, a huge black whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky, and all the devil chi of the southern wasteland suddenly surged over his head. Quickly stop this guy, although I don't know why he can suddenly gather such strength. If you allowed him to succeed, you might be in trouble. Su Meiyao hastily shouted. This guy seems to be communicating with the devil domain. The spell he is chanting is from the ancient scriptures during the immemorial time of the devil domain, which only a few people can understand. It seems he is really a priest. Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang's dantian sank. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagrams started to revolve insanely as the true Qi in the 5 divine beast forms fiercely surged out. Then they fused together in his dantian, transforming into the universe true Qi. With the infusion of such vigorous true Qi into the azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade, its weight insanely rose. However, Qin Xiang didn't feel any sort of change. He only felt that with this blade, he could cut everything in the world. Qin Xiang had no idea what the priest was doing, but he knew that at the moment, the guy was doing something very terrible. If he let him succeed, the Qinwu mainland would certainly be in danger. The continuously trembling azure dragon slaughtering devil blade suddenly calmed down as Qin Xiang yelled, You fiend, go to H-E-L-L. While speaking, the giant blade suddenly flashed as an immense righteous aura, followed by an azure light, burst forth. Afterwards, a dragon roar filled with majesty spread through all directions. At this moment, Qin Xiang also felt a very strong power in the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. He was already aware that he himself knew little about this blade. The strength hidden in this blade was very vast, and today he came to know that within the blade there was actually a kind of righteous aura, which was mostly fatal for depraved demon or devils. Qin Xiang jumped over, with each step as fierce as a dragon and a tiger, providing him an immense strength. He brandished his blade and cross-chopped towards that bone spear raised towards the sky. At that very moment when the giant blade slashed over, a dragon roar resounded in all directions, and the righteous aura broke through that black whirlpool high in the sky. The land was as if it had a dragon who was waking up, and followed by that melodious, high-pitched dragon roar. The land fiercely shook. Boom! High in the sky, numerous azure and red lightning suddenly flashed, as a fissure presented itself in those thick, dark clouds. This fissure was the result of the collision of powerful qis that came from 2 different sources, and it was as though it was splitting the sky, bring about a spectacular view. The huge black whirlpool above the priest's head disappeared, and only the intertwining azure and red intertwining was left, while various sounds were echoing in the southern wasteland. It took a while before the land slowly calmed down, and after the echo disappeared, the southern wasteland once again fell into a death-like silence. That fire sea behind Qin Xiang was also blown away from the impact, and in all around these two men, only a flat piece of land was left. One must know that just a few moments ago, the now flat land was all filled with trees and hills. Qin Xiang's hands were somewhat numb. He didn't expect that the bone spear would actually have such a strong power. He not only failed in cutting down the bone spear, his 5 zhang and 6 fu were also shaken up and squeezed together. But at the very least, he was still successful in preventing the dangerous task the priest was doing. The priest furiously looked at Qin Xiang. From his mouth, black blood flowed out as black qi appeared in those glittering red eyes of his. Red lightning wound around his white bone spear as his rage turned into devil qi, surging forth from his body. You are actually capable of preventing me from accepting the leftover strength of the devil G. Oh, D here. You made me miss the sole opportunity granted by the devil G. Oh, D. I'll make you wish you would rather die than live. The priest's voice was cold. It was filled with bitter resentment, as if coming from the fiends of L itself. Qin Xiang, in his heart, was secretly shocked, accepting the leftover strength of a devil G. Odi, wouldn't it be most of the devil Qi in the southern wasteland? That would be rather terrifying. Sister Yu, where the L did this guy come from? That thing in his hand is very terrifying. It is same as my azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, and I was not able to cut that thing. Qin Xiang hastily asked, Ancient devil G. Oh, D. They're the strongest cultivator in the devil domain. During the great battle of the 3 realms, the ancient devil G. Oh, D would leave behind this kind of place, along with an altar and a priest nurtured by the devil Qi. Once defeated, as long as the priest and the altar is still there, it is possible for them to return to the devil domain through the altar, or receive the ancient devil G. Oh, D's instruction from the devil domain. In short, it is a method for the majority of the devils to be reborn after death. Of course, after the altars around the world were found, they were all immediately destroyed. In some worlds, the residents are simply not aware of them. But because majority of the ancient battlefield are all sealed, nothing will really happen to them. Bai Yu readily described, and unlike her usual demeanor, she was rather talkative at the moment. Qin Xiang, in his heart, cursed the devil path guys. They actually knew such a dangerous thing, and they even planned to let the devil creatures in here once again see the light. The devil path sects should have obtained some records. However, the records they received are not very comprehensive. They perhaps don't even know what exactly is in this place. Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang suddenly suspected Bai Yu was a resident of the devil domain. Otherwise, she wouldn't know these stuff in detail. Even Long Shui and Su Meiyao both didn't know about these things. The thing in his hand is very good. Your blade wasn't even able to cut it. But even though it is somewhat evil, you must still obtain it. Long Shui said. Just as she finished speaking, the priest let out a strange howl as he fiercely thrusted the bone spear towards Qin Xiang. Before the bone spear even arrived, a sharp and powerful qi had already come over with xiao-xiao sound. It was like an invisible arrow piercing the air. Qin Xiang reacted a bit slowly, and a bloodstain was left behind by the powerful qi on his cheek. However, he still dodged the bone spear. At the moment the bone spear's attack arrived, although there was not much large movements, Qin Xiang could still sense the power contained inside it. If he was stabbed, the consequence would be simply unimaginable. The priest had dedicated himself in stabbing Qin Xiang's head. Realizing this point, Qin Xiang finally realized his current predicament. The bone spear was not only incomparably hard, it also had a very special effect. To be precise, it could, in the blink of an eye, gather a large amount of power at its tip. Once it was thrust, that power from the tip would burst out. If a thrust was weak and missed the target, the power would then immediately return back to its user, thereby decreasing the consumption to the minimum. Qin Xiang was attacked twice, and during those times he had carefully paid attention to the power flow in the bone spear. That was why he could speculate this. It was indeed not a bad weapon. He had the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. But it would be nice to have another powerful weapon, though the bone spear didn't seem to have anything righteous about it. This guy is just a one-trick pony. He only knows how to use that thing to stab you. Maybe he doesn't even know any other devil techniques. Long Shui said. Just as she finished speaking, she immediately knew that she was wrong, because the priest stretched his 5 fingers apart, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge skeleton claw. The huge skeleton claw whisked towards Qinxiang with BLOODY red aura winding around it. As it got closer to Qinxiang, dark, cold devil qi shot out towards all directions. Qinxiang knew that if he was HIT, then his head would certainly be torn in half. That huge skeleton claw hastily struck towards Qinxiang. However, when he was HIT, Qinxiang's figure burst into mist. It was a virtual image created from mist. Suddenly, Qinxiang appeared behind the priest. With both of his hands clasping the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, which was infused vigorous and firm true qi, he very quietly slashed towards the priest from behind. Chapter 251, Penetrating Heart Devil Eye. Chapter 251, Penetrating Heart Devil Eye. When Qinxiang saw his own giant blade about to cut the priest into 2, he felt a sudden, piercing pain in his eyes. D knows how, but the priest's hand had suddenly twisted behind his back and blocked Qinxiang's blade strike with the bone spear. At the same time, a fierce impact came from the bone spear and traveled through the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade to Qinxiang's wrist, which almost made him lose his grip on the blade. The priest blocking this attack was no small matter. It was totally out of Qinxiang's expectations and caused him to be incomparably surprised. One must know that strike of his was carrying hundreds of thousands of genes, plus the bizarre power of azure dragon slaughtering devil blade behind it. For all devil path fiends, it would surely have been a fatal blow, yet it had just been blocked by such a thin-looking bone spear. While Qinxiang was still in shock, the priest fiercely turned around and once again sent a huge skeleton claw over, enveloping Qinxiang. This attack was filled with a thick stench of blood. A noxious aura overflowed on Li's plus-ing a primal terror present in every human soul. Seeing that claw, Qinxiang subconsciously reached out to detain the priest's wrist. A thin true qi circulated in Qinxiang's 5 fingers, which contained a very strong destructive force. This was the profound aura finger. Most things pinched by it would be easily mashed like tofu. This time around, Qinxiang spent a very condensed amount of true qi to cast it compared to past occasions. It was a lot more formidable. After gripping the priest's wrist, he vigorously squeezed. However, things didn't go as he had expected. His 5 fingers indeed sunk into the flesh of priest's wrist, but when it was about to reach the bones, Qinxiang felt a surge of power that resisted the profound aura finger as special destructive force. At the same time, the bone spear in the priest's hand thrust over. A desolate red light thrusted straight at Qinxiang's chest. The priest's face was filled with pride along with a fierce-looking smile. He and Qinxiang were not far away. There was simply nowhere to run. Qinxiang was once again clawed by the priest, but this time it was simply too late to dodge the attack. The bone spear stabbed into Qinxiang's chest, but it did not go any further. A strong and tyrannical shock wave erupted. Pus. Plus-ing Qinxiang 100 steps away from the source of the impact. Qinxiang took in a small mouthful of air. If not for blocking the blow with the black tortoise adamantal armor a moment ago, perhaps his heart would have just been pierced through by that long bone spear. The black tortoise adamantal armor was the D's armor from the ancient times. One could say it was simply indestructible. Not only would it not allow any blade or spear or any weapon whatsoever to harm its user physically, it could also dissipate half of the impact force. This guy is far stronger than you. You could barely keep up with his speed. How about you use my power Long Shui asked. At this moment, there is no need. Your power needs to be left for the most crucial moment. We still haven't reached that point. Chen Xiang firmly rejected Long Shui's assistance. As the priest saw Chen Xiang still standing there as good as before, he could not understand why he could not even harm as much as his opponent's hair despite putting all his strength behind the attack. From Chen Xiang's body, water vapors suddenly surged out just before few thick water vines suddenly emerged under the priest's feet, tightly binding him in place. Chen Xiang released this water vine by using the majority of his black tortoise true qi and divine sense. At this very moment, Chen Xiang's figure instantly appeared in front of the priest. He had casted the water vine in order to seize this chance. The priest had simply been too quick. If Chen Xiang attacked head-on, it would be either dodged or blocked. Only this way would he have the opportunity to attack. The priest was very calm, even if he could not move. He firmly stood there and raised the bone spear, thrusting towards Chen Xiang. He had already expected this to happen, so at the very same moment the bone spear's thrust arrived, many scales suddenly emerged out from his palm, directly grabbing that thrusting bone spear. At the same time, he raised the azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade. The azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade shook. Qi fluctuations swept through all four directions, setting off bursts of fierce wind one after another. Dense clouds rolled high in the sky. Azure lightning flashed one after another, followed by rolling thunder. At this moment, there was a high sea wave carrying the unstoppable momentum behind Chen Xiang, who was currently standing on the crest of the sea wave. The insane strength formed the wave slammed down onto his giant blade. The bone spear was being tightly gripped by Chen Xiang, even though his palm was covered in the scales of black tortoise adamantal armor. He could still feel the violent power in the bone spear. So long as he slacked off even a little bit, his palm would be burst open. That being said, he didn't need to persist for too long, because his giant blade was already slamming down on the priest. Wave Strike, it was one of the moves in the Dragon Slayer's 7-killing cut. Combined with the Azure Dragon's slaughtering devil blade and the Azure Dragon True Chi, it had turned into an even more terrifying blow. Once this move was used, it was like a giant tsunami that came out of nowhere, filled with the destructive power of nature that could wreck the earth. As the Azure Dragon's slaughtering devil blade hacked down, the priest gave a mournful, blood-curdling, hair-raising scream. The ground itself went up and down like a sea from the downward, cleaving motion of Chen Xiang's blade. Chen Xiang originally wanted to hack the priest in two. However, a strange power prevented him from doing so, and instead made his strike miss his target, merely cutting off the priest's arm that held the bone spear. Nevertheless, Chen Xiang still felt extremely excited. He vigorously strummed the bone spear, and quickly threw off the arm clasping it, before throwing the bone spear into his storage pouch. This guy's weak point is his heart. If you had not missed, your blade could have cut through his heart. Bai Yu suddenly said. Chen Xiang's eyes lit up, but at this time, the priest let out a hideous scream, breaking his foot free from the water vine, before swooping towards Chen Xiang. What made Chen Xiang feel surprised was that the arm that had just been cut off a moment ago actually flew on its own, sticking itself at the same place where it was cut off. Soon fusing back together, Chen Xiang was surprised yet again as he hacked out a few blade strikes again and again. Each blade blow set off fierce winds. The powerful qi spewed out from the giant blade and bombarded the priest's body, giving off thunderous explosions. However, from the beginning to the end, the priest was unshakable from the lightning strikes, as if the attacks didn't cause any harm to him. In just a few moments, Chen Xiang had hacked out several powerful strikes, yet the priest still arrived in front of Chen Xiang. When he was about to hack down again, the priest suddenly grabbed the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade's tip, in the very same way Chen Xiang had grabbed the bone spear a few moments ago. Chen Xiang found his blade being grabbed with a deathly grip. He simply couldn't move. This kind of power made him feel afraid. He knew he had angered the priest. After all, he was a devil that had been bred by the rich devil chi in here for many years. If Chun Xiang could truly strike the priest, perhaps his azure dragon slaughtering devil blade would have already cut the priest into two. The azure dragon slaughtering devil blade was specially forged for dealing with fiends. But Chun Xiang could not do anything to the priest. From this, it was evident how wide the gap between their strength was. The priest's arm suddenly turned into a huge skeletal claw, braving with endless, desolate death chi, even denser than before. The devil chi of the southern wasteland insanely converged into the priest's body as he constantly grew stronger. Seeing the skeletal claw about to grab him, Qin Xiang still remained reluctant to let go of the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. He knew the instant he did so it would be S.N.A.T.C. head. At this critical moment, a fierce flash ran through Chen Xiang's eyes as two red beams shot out, penetrating the priest's heart. The torrential, imposing manner of the priest suddenly quivered, and the originally gathering terrifying power immediately dissipated, drifting into the sky. Qin Xiang was elated in his heart. He retreated a few steps and still did not dare to approach that powerful guy again. Now he knew the priest was very strange. With an emotional outburst, the priest's power could become much higher, and he could even quickly engulf the inexhaustible devil chi around him to elevate his own strength. The priest's weak point was truly his heart. However, his body was very strong, and even the powerful chi burst out from several blade strikes could not harm him. That being said, that penetrating heart devil eye easily pierced through his chest. Chapter 252, Devil Soul. Chapter 252, Devil Soul. While holding his chest, the red light disappeared from his pupil and was replaced by the azure pupil, filled with dismay. The priest retreated and spoke with a look of disbelief. How do you know the supreme sacred technique? Impossible. You're from the righteous sect. Moreover, you are fighting against us. Impossible. He even said impossible a good several times before his body gradually turned black and transformed into black mist, drifting into the air. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh. What made him suspicious was the sacred technique from priest's mouth. Sister Yu, this guy spoke of sacred technique. What's going on? Chun Xiang asked as he took out the long bone spear. At the moment, it was snow white in color S.H.I. plus ning like white jade bone, wrapped in black spirit patterns. It appeared incomparably bizarre and evil, giving off a peculiar charm. Don't ask too much. Just know that it is very formidable, that's enough. Bai Yu said. She didn't want to tell him too much. Dear brother, the reason why you cannot use the devil techniques in front of others is also because of this very reason. Senior sister already violated the rules to teach you those powerful devil techniques. When you use them, you need to be careful. Don't fail senior sister's expectations. Su Meiyao exhorted. Chen Xiang, in his heart, heaved a light sight. In his mind, Bai Yu's elegant face, carrying a strange charm, suddenly appeared. Very complex emotions surged in his heart. He knew Bai Yu definitely had a lot of secrets, and Su Meiyao was also the same. However, it was Bai Yu who worried him the most because she cultivated in the ruthless devil technique. It could make one not recognize their own friends and relatives, eventually leading to their own demise. If this devil technique was dispersed, then she would turn into a cripple. What Qin Xiang was certain of was Bai Yu was an important figure in the devil domain. Now she was being hunted down by many strong martial artists, and once she dispersed her ruthless devil technique, then she would be devoid of any strength to resist. Because of this, he knew that he must redouble his effort to elevate his strength and become a lot more powerful in order to protect this cold but warm on the inside woman. The reason why he could arrive this step was all because of his encounter with Bai Yu and Su Meiyao, these two peerless beauties. To help them recover their pinnacle strength, he still has a long way to go. The powerful priest, because of suffering the sudden attack of the penetrating heart devil eyes, didn't have the chance to dodge as his heart was struck by Chen Xiang, causing him to eventually die. Now there was no one to halt Chen Xiang's steps to the altar again. He should immediately destroy the altar in order to stop the incoming devastating disaster of the Chimu mainland. The devil techniques I taught you is the same as those dragon-slaying divine martial techniques. The dragon-slaying divine martial techniques were created by the dragon family in order to deal with the dragons. And the devil techniques are also the same. They were created to deal with the powerful devils of the devil domain. You need to make good use of them. Bai Yu said. Chen Xiang walked enough for half an hour before he saw a high platform filled with rich devil qi. Above, there was a very hideous-looking, huge black figure, which appeared very frightening. After arriving here, he sensed a power surging into his body, giving him a headache. He retreated a few steps, however, the excruciating pain still rampaged in his mind while he let out low-spirited howls. What is going on? Qin Xiang said while moaning. There is a very powerful divine sense intruding into your mind. Long Shui replied in a serious tone. Qin Xiang was astonished. He hastily stepped back, and at this time he suddenly heard a grim laughter in his mind. "Ha ha, brat, you're too tender. I'll soon be able to control you and make you go to your companions and bring them here. Although the priest is dead, as long as there are enough humans, the altar could still be opened. Don't you want to destroy the altar, ha ha." That voice hideously laughed. Qin Xiang realized that it was this guy who had been controlling the devil beasts and human devils to continually attack them. Although he was sealed, his divine sense was nevertheless so powerful, and it still could cause him this kind of harm. Qin Xiang felt that he was losing control of his body. A violent consciousness surged onto his mind, making him think only of killing. He knew it was all due to that guy's divine sense. This guy is someone with a devil soul, which is equivalent to the divine soul. Among the devil path, it is very rare, and many times rarer than those of the righteous path. Su Meiyao exclaimed, however. She was not surprised. On the contrary, she was a bit excited. Qin Xiang knew Su Meiyao, and the others definitely had some way. However, why did they not tell him yet something he could not figure out? Wait, Bai Yu said in a light tone. There was a slight trace of gentleness in her voice, making Chen Xiang's heart feel warmed, easing down the pain a lot at the same time. However, that consciousness was too strong, and he already could not control his body. At the moment, his body was running very fast. Chen Xiang, use the engulfing devil skill to engulf this guy, quick! Bai Yu suddenly shouted, causing Qin Xiang, who was in pain, to become shocked. Chen Xiang hastily operated the devil technique. Although it was not the true QI, the engulfing principle remained the same. The divine sense which entered his body began to gradually weaken. Through the engulfing devil skill, it surged into his consciousness. Although it was the divine sense of a devil path martial artist, it was still nonetheless pure. As long as one cultivated H.I. plus into, the divine sense they needed was pure. Unconsciously, Chen Xiang gradually regained control of his body. He sat cross-legged down on the ground and began engulfing in madness. At this time he could hear that sound from before, but now it was shouting in fear. This is engulfing devil skill. How can you know this? Ah, no, let me off. I'll be your slave. Ah. Hearing this sound, Qin Xiang engulfed even more fiercely as the divine soul in his consciousness quickly started growing. His divine had been improving twice as much. That very pure divine sense, after entering his consciousness, was directly refined as he operated the 9-turn-dragon G, OD technique, and turned into his own divine sense. UBASTAR. D would like to occupy father's body. Now it is too late for you to regret. Chen Xiang hideously laughed and said. He now understood why Su Meiyao and Bai Yu didn't told him in advance that he could engulf the divine sense a while ago. Otherwise he would exercise his skills to reduce the pain, and by that time the divine sense would be scared off, which would do more harm than good. Although he was not aware of his actions, he had invited the devil's soul to his consciousness, and this made it easier for him to trap and engulf him. He released his own divine sense, and in a steady stream, he engulfed the power of the devil's soul. This guy is still inexperienced, but it was unexpected that while he was sealed, he was still able to cultivate his divine soul. However, you still cheaply took advantage. Long Shui mischievously laughed and said she knew how formidable Qin Xiang's engulfing devil skill was. That was why from the beginning she was not worried. The devil who was being engulfed was still unceasingly screaming, as if begging for mercy. However, Qin Xiang kept on engulfing. He planned to finish him off. In the Devil Path world, the divine soul is called the devil's soul, but equally it was also called SHI+2. In the devil domain it was even rarer, and in the righteous world, only the dragons could cultivate in SHI+2. It was seldom seen in humankind, but still there were some. Qin Xiang cultivated the divine soul to his utmost, and he only lacked a large amount of energy. Before, he had eaten the elemental spirit Dan, which allowed him to soar by leaps and bounds, and now that he engulfed a young devil soul, it would allow him to advance even more faster. Bit by bit, time said, those cries became increasingly weaker. With regards to the devil, Qin Xiang simply would not keep his hand. Furthermore, a while ago, the devil wanted to control him to make him open the altar. Chapter 253. Destruction of the Altar. Chapter 253. Destruction of the Altar. When Qin Xiang opened his eyes, the altar in front of him was even more clearer. After the devil's divine soul was engulfed by Qin Xiang, the devil was long dead because that devil's soul was even pulled out of his body. Qin Xiang closed his eyes, sank into his consciousness, and looked at the divine soul. He found it was already 10 years old, twice as big as before. He could feel his own divine sense rose sharply by many times, and he could clearly sense everything all around him. Good, your divine soul has finally said through the infant stage and the early childhood stage and entered the adolescent stage. The adolescent stage is divided into 10 layers, and by the time your divine soul looked like 20 years old, you'll cross the adolescent stage. You still need to work a lot. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang laughed and said, so now can I learn more things? Little dragon, what stage is your divine soul at? Isn't your divine soul like a little brat? Long Shui tenderly laughed and said, my divine soul is a great beauty. However, I just came out of my egg. Whenever I take the human form, I could only have this appearance. Qin Xiang's mouth slightly twitched. He already knew that the appearance of this little greedy dragon was only a disguise. Originally, she was a very old woman. Regarding her pretending to be a lovely and tender child, he very much held it in contempt. Wait till you are out of here. I'll you some more spiritual power. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang touched his chin and said with a wicked smile, little girl, I want to see your true appearance. I will not show you. Long Shui tenderly snorted and said, you are too bad. Wait till I think it's time. Only then will I let you see it, or wait till my body grows up. Qin Xiang stretched his exhausted waist and walked to the front of altar. The altar had a staircase with many steps. Qin Xiang estimated that it had about thousands or so. At the top, there was a very big platform with a large column erected at each of its corner. Each column was carved with many spirit patterns, and in the center of the platform, there was a huge, hideous statue, similar to a devil. The entire altar looked gloomy, daunting, and magnificent under dim light. It gave off a kind of strange feeling, making anyone who see it to become fearful. This is one big altar. In those days, didn't those righteous martial artists find it? Qin Xiang looked at the magnificent altar in front and doubtfully spoke. The altar was only built later. It was built by the priest by controlling some human devils and devil beasts. By you explained. Qin Xiang slightly sucked in a mouthful of air. In order to completely destroy the altar, he had to cast the heavenly dragon seal. Devil Path B. A-S-T-A-R-D-S. Your plan ends here. A sliver of sneer appeared on Chen Xiang's mouth before he began releasing a large amount of true qi. Through the chanting formula of the spiritual power and using the bizarre mana, his true qi was mobilized. He instantly transported a large amount of true qi above the altar. From all around, true qi violently surged over. Although the majority of true qi here was devil qi, most of it was still constant Tut of spirit qi. Furthermore, the energy inside it was a lot more denser than spirit qi. Not only was it too tyrannical, it didn't affect Qin Xiang while casting the heavenly dragon seal. He had casted once before in this place, and it was a lot stronger than he had imagined. Now his divine soul had grown a lot, and he was also in the 5th level of the true martial realm, so his mana was denser by a wide margin. This caused the amount of devil qi absorbed to increase. High in the sky, within the radius of hundreds of li, billowing black clouds emerged as a large amount of devil qi violently surged over to Qin Xiang's location. Qin Xiang wanted to cast the powerful heavenly dragon seal in order to thoroughly destroy the altar. The righteous sect disciples in the periphery all looked at the sky. At the moment, the atmosphere was very depressing. Even if separated by a wide distance, they all could sense the bursts of oppressing pressure coming from the altar one after another. They still didn't know what happened, but during this period they rarely encountered any of devil beasts attack. On Chen Xiang's back, a pair of huge fire wings appeared before he flew into the sky, far away from the altar. As he clenched his fists, blue veins bulged out on his entire arms, while his strong body braved the steaming true qi. He kept on chanting the spell increasingly quicker. He kept on chanting paragraphs without stopping, continuously gathering the spirit qi. The true qi and mana in his body insanely used his physical strength and consciousness. He was exhausting himself rather quickly. Suddenly, the land slightly trembled. To be precise, it was the entire southern wasteland which trembled, and even if one was outside the southern wasteland, they could still sense it. What was even more frightening was, after the trembling, rounds after rounds of mournful wailings reverberated, as if wild shrieks and howls were coming from HLL itself. It was very scary. The sealed devils in the southern wasteland are all lamenting. Bai Yu sneered and said, "Once the altar is destroyed, they would never rise ever." Why? Qin Xiang asked at this moment. He was still gathering power. If the 3 realms intersect, the devil domain's people can arrive. Can't they save them? They cannot. The altar and the souls of these devils are linked together. Once the altar is destroyed, then it means their soul will also be destroyed. Their soul was bound with the altar during its establishment. Moreover, the altar also need their strength. However, some guys are still there who did not establish soul relations with the altar. Bai Yu said, "The southern wasteland seemed to have fallen into HELL. Desolate screaming, continuous quaking, and billowing dark clouds were all over the sky as devil qi insanely surged towards Qin Xiang's direction. This caused the righteous sect's disciples to become very anxious. Almost. Qin Xiang took in a long, deep breath and once again started chanting another paragraph of the spell. Suddenly, a huge S of black qi transformed into a huge, hideous black dragon claw on top of the altar. This dragon claw was rather enormous, not to mention a single altar. Even if there were 10 altars, it would envelop them all. Looking from far away, it was as big as a city. Qin Xiang frowned tightly. He felt his divine sense was disappearing very quickly. All the gathered mana was released out before that black dragon claw had come into existence. Even scales were present around it, and its sharp claws could not be more clearer, like a true dragon claw. Destroy. Heavenly dragon seal. Release. Qin Xiang shouted as the huge black dragon claw fiercely took a dive. At the same time, a burst of pressure accompanied with explosions spread in all directions, blowing Qin Xiang into continuous retreat. The giant claw pressed upon the altar as the group of devils suddenly burst into desolate and mournful wailings. At the same time, an earth-shaking explosion burst out. After the altar was struck by the huge heavenly dragon seal, it was as though the land, which was like a calm lake, was suddenly hit by a stone, sending out rounds after rounds of ripples. However, instead of water, there were countless dust and stones accompanied with storm blue towards the endless horizons. Wherever it went, the ground was raised, and pieces after pieces of forests, whether it was a large or small mountain, were all torn into pieces from the powerful shock wave. Explosions rang nonstop, as if the sky itself was falling down, and it was already the end of the world. Qin Xiang's true qi and divine sense were almost exhausted. Only a few vermilion bird true qi was supporting him in releasing those powerful fire wings, letting him float in the air. But because of the fierce winds, he still tumbled around into a confused and disoriented state. Is the altar destroyed? Qin Xiang could not see anything. His body, along with some debris, were blown into the sky by that fierce wind. All around was all dark fragments of stones and wooden splinters. He also had not expected that the heavenly dragon seal would actually be so powerful. Destroyed. All of this was caused by the heavenly dragon seal and the altar. The altar had a very vast power in it, and after it burst open, it turned out this way. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang also thought it was more reasonable, otherwise his attack would be comparable to a Nirvana realm martial artist's attack. One should know that no matter how formidable he was at the moment, he could still not be compared with Nirvana realm martial artists anyway. As long as any Nirvana realm martial artist wished, they could press him to death with just one finger. Chapter 254, Devil God's Command. Chapter 254, Devil G. Oh, D's command. The quicker the storm came, the faster it left. Now, a larger part of Qin Xiang's body was buried in the soil. Only from above was his chest revealed. He was also somewhat dizzy. Little fool! Quickly wake up. Ha 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 ha, it's morning. Long Shui merrily started laughing. The southern wasteland was originally dark, however, now it was like clear sky after the storm. One could see the hot sun hanging in the sky, and they could also the blue sky, as well as the blossoming white clouds floating above. Fragrant air suddenly surged into the southern wasteland, and as Qin Xiang opened his eyes, he could not help but shout, "Where am I?" His body shook as he struggled out of the soil, before he saw himself standing on a high mountain, a recently formed mountain at that. He swallowed a few true elemental dawn and quickly recovered true qi he had consumed. More than an hour said, and he had already recovered 80%. He released the vermilion bird fire wings to look for a direction. Then he fluttered them and quickly started flying. The terrain of the southern wasteland had already changed. Qin Xiang could no longer recognize any roads. The forests no longer exist, but they would grow out later on. Because the altar had completely disappeared, not much of the devil chi was left now. The entire southern wasteland was originally sealed, but now it could once again see the light. The devil chi covering the southern wasteland, along with the destruction of the altar, instantly disappeared. In here, most of the devils were already dead. Soon, Qin Xiang found the hill where they had laid out the array. As it was in the periphery, which was far away from the altar, it wasn't affected by any destruction. From the sky, Qin Xiang looked at the few people on the hilltop. One was Hao Dongqing, another one was Yao Haixing, and the other three were all fourth-level, true martial realm disciples from other sections. Qin Xiang descended from the sky, landed on the hilltop, laughed, and said, "The altar is taken care of. Now we do not need to worry. You brat is too strong. You actually came up with so much movements. I think the entire southern wasteland is gone." Hao Dongqing laughed and said, Qin Xiang arrived at the hall inside the hill, and he saw that everyone else was there. The movement was way too huge, and they already suspected it was Qin Xiang's work. This kind of power, in their opinion, was already equivalent to a Nirvana realm martial artist's. But Chen Xiang was only in the 5th level of the true martial realm. Hey, the energy inside the altar was rather strong. That's why there was so much movement. Chen Xiang laughed and said. Xue Xianxian took out a handkerchief as she wiped out the dust on Qin Xiang's face. Chen Xiang's whole body was covered in soil, and it was like he had just walked out of quagmire. Brother, that means we are not in any danger anymore, right? These devil beasts and human devils are gone. Leng Yulan said, Not sure. You obediently stay here. Humph, these devil path BASTARDS only know how to hide. When it's time to leave, we will find them and kill them all, and we will let them know we, righteous sect disciples, are not so easy to bully. They even plotted against us and actually wanted to sacrifice this Missy. Leng Yulan became increasingly angry as she spoke. If she came know where the devil path disciples were hidden, she would have already taken out her giant sword and rushed out. Qin Xiang and Xue Xianxian showed a smile. Leng Yulan's character was hot like that, even though she was an Icewind Valley's disciple. I thought that after the altar is destroyed, we could get out, but we have not seen the way out yet. Zhu Rong sighed. Their location was very close to the canyon, and yet the canyon had still not appeared. Everyone was also like that, because after the altar was destroyed, the changes in the southern wasteland were just too earth-shaking, and it made many of them think they could immediately go out. When Chen Xiang flew over, he also didn't see the canyon. He knew there was still an array in the southern wasteland, which was being manipulated by those Taik. Oh, NS of the Devil Path. You brat who has destroyed the altar, we will remember you. In the sky, a voice was suddenly transmitted, with a message that was directly conveyed to Qin Xiang and the others inside the hill. Devil G. Oh, D's command has been issued. You just wait for us. That sound once again came, which made everyone feel a little worried. Chen Xiang had destroyed the altar and removed a lot of devils, but now who exactly was speaking? Qin Xiang shook his head to the crowd, indicating he also didn't know whose sound it was. During this time, do not go out. Continue to stay here. There is a large formation here, so this place is a lot safer. Qin Xiang said. Qin Xiang also rested for a while. These days, he was too tired from running about. That sound from a while ago should have come from the devil domain. Only if someone had blasphemed the devil G. Oh, D will the devil G. Oh, D's command be issued. It is something issued by the devil G. Oh, D's believers. There are many devil G. Oh, D's believers, and some of these devils have terrifying strength. You do not have to worry for now, because the devil domain's residents still can't come over. However, once the 3 realms converge, you will be in danger, the devil G. Oh, D's believers are a bunch of madmen. Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang nodded his head, closed his eyes, and began resting. He was currently alone in a stone room. Others also knew he was tired, and they did not bother him at all. With a rapt attention, they just looked for any movements all around them. Since the altar was destroyed, it was very calm. Only a month was left before they could leave. Qin Xiang reckoned that these remaining devil sect's disciples were also like them, hiding somewhere. Once it was time to leave, many of them would go all out to compete. Although the devil sect disciples had arrived here 3 years ago, they could still not replace those who had died. Those who had signed up all had their portrait taken, and it was exactly for this kind of situation. After Qin Xiang had engulfed the true chi of the disciples of the Beast Martial sect and the Proud Sword sect, he had still not cultivated rather well before engulfing a devil soul. Now in his private room, he was cultivating with a calm heart these days. He wanted to lay a solid foundation, so as not to leave hidden dangers for the future. By that time, it would be very troublesome for him. After entering into the 5th level of the true martial realm, he knew that those true elemental grains would not be so easy to light up in the future, and compared to the amount of true chi compressed in the true elemental grains in the past, it would require a lot more. There was no way he could just rely on true elemental dawn, and even though the building foundation dawn had very good effects, it would rather be wasted on him. It was still all right to use them when he was in the 2nd or 3rd level, but now that he was in the 5th level of the true martial realm, using them would only be a waste. If it was given to those 10th level mortal martial realm martial artists to use, maybe some of them could cultivate into the true martial realm. Chun Xiang decided that after he went back, he would sell the building foundation dawn in exchange for a large wealth, then leave to collect the other required herbs for the 5 elements true elemental dawn. Only by relying on the 5 elements true elemental dawn could he quickly elevate his strength. He was now already in the 5th level of the true martial realm, and increasing his level so quickly all of a sudden was also not good. He decided to improve in other regards. He was thinking of getting a 5th level alchemist token, then move on to learn weapon refinement, as well as get familiar with the spirit patterns. After learning the spiritual power, he knew the formidability of the spirit patterns. He already had an idea to carve spirit patterns on the Dan surface, but it was just that he was not yet proficient in spirit patterns, so it would still take time for him to learn. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came over, which shook the entire hill. Chun Xiang's complexion changed. He knew some powerful beast had arrived. Chapter 255, Powerful Devil Beast. Chapter 255, Powerful Devil Beast. Many people inside the hill had been disturbed. One by one, they all came out to look. Chun Xiang rushed to the hilltop, and what he saw in front of him were collapsed trees along with a 3-headed giant wolf as big as an elephant, covered in black fur and had huge fangs. It was charging towards the hill, as if it knew there were humans hiding inside the hill, feeling the braving devil chi from the 3-headed wolf coming in succession. It was evident that this beast was very formidable. While the 3-headed wolf was still far in the distance, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a black chi suddenly broke out, along with an oppressive pressure. Chun Xiang hastily shouted, "Everyone hide! Open the large formation!" Everyone also knew the 3-headed wolf was very terrifying. As the 3 jaws full of sharp fangs were pointed towards the hill, black chi violently surged from its mouth, while the soaring evil chi frightened the H-E-L out of everyone. When the 3-headed wolf appeared, Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan had already completed the preparation to open the large formation. Seeing the 3-headed wolf attacking, they immediately opened the large formation while everyone hid inside the hill. Very strong, extreme state strength, Chun Xiang said with a dignified look. Can't we deal with it if we fight together? Yun Xiaodao asked in a surprised tone. He knew Chun Xiang was very formidable. Last time, he had seen with his own eyes how Chun Xiang blasted an elder of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Chun Xiang shook his head. Devil beasts and humans are different, not to mention devil beast. Ordinary profound beasts, too, are all very formidable. Extreme state martial artists are also nevertheless the same. The 9th level true martial realm and extreme state are worlds apart. The beasts equivalent to humankind's true martial realm were called spirit beasts, and extreme state were called profound beasts. It was said that the profound beasts were able to speak, and there were some beasts which even cultivated some humankind martial techniques and were equally strong. The strength of the devil beast in front was equivalent to that of a profound beast. Moreover, it was also in possession of frightening devil chi. Not to mention it was a devil beast transformed from the mutated ancient 3-headed wolf. It seems fleeing is our only option. Chun Xiang heaved a long sigh. If he wasn't forced, he wouldn't want to make everyone flee, because they would have to face the unknown dangers of the southern wasteland. Although the altar was destroyed, what was there in the depths of the southern wasteland? Neither he nor anyone knew. In short, even if the altar was destroyed, it didn't mean that the southern wasteland was safe. Just looking at the Rus, H-I, plus ing 3-headed wolf, it was clear that there were a large number of frightening devil beasts hiding in here. Boom, boom, boom. 3 ear-piercing explosions suddenly rang, but it only caused the hill to shook a little. It was all because of the protection of the large formation. However, the energy of the large formation would be consumed sooner or later. This guy's attack is rather strong. In just a short span of time, half of the energy of the formation had been consumed. Just as Shui Xianxian finished speaking, yet another explosion rang, and the magnitude of the shock was rather large compared to before. Chen Xiang fiercely shouted, "Quickly to the tunnel, I'll stop this guy." Once again there was another attack, and it was again followed by 3 bangs. The top of the hill had already disappeared, and a very big dormer was opened in everybody's residence. They were almost finished with this attack. Everyone, in a neat and tidy manner, quickly entered the tunnel. Qin Xiang, after releasing vermilion bird firewings, suddenly leaped up into the sky and waved the azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade towards that 3-headed wolf from afar. An azure aura with a strong, powerful qi flashed out from the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade and struck the beast with hundreds of thousands of gene of impact. "Brother Xiang! Brother! Elder Brother Chen!" Suddenly, from below, many shouts came. They all knew Qin Xiang was going to block the 3-headed wolf. "Don't talk nonsense. You quickly leave with the others. I'll handle it. Leave quickly." Qin Xiang shouted. A while ago, his blade strike had struck on 3-headed wolf. However, a layer of black mist suddenly appeared on its body, directly resisting that powerful blow. The 3-headed wolf was much stronger than Qin Xiang had imagined. After 9 continuous blows from it, the large formation was broken off. Originally, when the formation was laid, Shui Xianxian and Lang Yulan had said that it could resist the attack of an extreme state martial artist for a while. "Quickly leave." Qin Xiang started shouting. A hint of anger was evident in his voice. Although Shui Xianxian and the others were very reluctant, seeing Qin Xiang's furious appearance, they could only clench their teeth and step deep into the tunnel. Everyone's heart was heavy. They all knew that the 3-headed wolf was very strong, and they were very worried about Qin Xiang. If they didn't enter the southern wasteland, many people would still misunderstand Qin Xiang. However, now all of them had nothing but admiration for Qin Xiang. They all held him in deep respect. To say Qin Xiang was a hero was not an exaggeration. What Qin Xiang had done after entering here was all for the entire Qinwu mainland. At the same time, the 3-headed wolf opened its 3 huge jaws, forming 3 black energy balls filled with destruction, 2 of which were shot towards that broken-off hilltop, but the other was shot towards Qin Xiang. Its speed was actually as fast as light, but although Qin Xiang was in the air, his speed was still fast as he fiercely swooped down, dodging that black ball filled with evil qi. After the hill was struck by the black ball, it only shook for a while, but after the second blow, it immediately disappeared. Only after taking such frightening attacks successively was the large formation completely destroyed. It could be seen how fearsome the large formation was, and Shui Xianxian and Lang Yulan laying out this kind of formation with their current strength was already good. Qin Xiang had just dodged the black ball, but he knew that with that kind of fearsome power, if he was a little bit slow a moment ago, he would have definitely been finished off. He was completely sure of it. Even if a 9th-level true realm martial artist was struck, he would instantly vanish in a puff of smoke. The 3-headed wolf before his eyes was truly too fearsome. Long Shui, with her divine sense, knew that everyone was already deep inside the tunnel, so she told Qin Xiang, which made Qin Xiang suddenly heave a sigh of relief. "This guy seems to be coming at you." Long Shui said, "But why did he attack the hill?" Qin Xiang asked, "We have been concealing our whereabouts well. How did this guy find us?" Long Shui didn't have to answer, because they heard a grim laughter coming from far away. "Qin Xiang, don't think that if you hide here we will not know. You have ruined our good work. We will definitely make all of you die here. This devil beast is from the ancient period and came from the devil domain, and just news of its appearance would make everyone cower in fear. You have already seen its strength a while ago. Haha." Hearing these words, Qin Xiang immediately understood. The three-headed wolf was intentionally released by them. Furthermore, it was being used by these devil sect disciples. At the moment, he couldn't help but start to worry. If there were many of this kind of beast, wouldn't it be very dangerous? You cannot escape. You have underestimated us, haha, the man said while grinning before entering the forest. The tunnel led to a very far away forest. Now, Chen Xiang just wanted to lead the three-headed wolf away, lest the three-headed wolf attack them from the distance. Regarding Xue Xianxian and the others, he was not very much worried, as long as they all worked together against the enemy. Their overall strength would be strong enough. The three-headed wolf wagged its tail. With its 6 huge red pupils, it was watching Chen Xiang, waiting for any of his movement. From time to time, it would lick its huge fangs with its black tongues. Seeing one of the tongues suddenly stretched out, Chen Xiang fiercely brandished his blade, and in the blink of an eye he had already cleaved it 10 times, shooting out 10 powerful spiral qi. One after another, it landed on the black qi cover released by the three-headed wolf. Those 10 powerful spiral qi landed almost at the same time. As they blasted out with continuous impact, they even broke the qi cover of the three-headed wolf, before the remaining 2 powerful spiral qi struck on the middle of Beast's head. The three-headed wolf suddenly let out a howl as it fiercely opened its 3 jaws. Very quickly, it gathered 3 black B-A-L-L-S again and shot all of them at Chen Xiang. Chapter 256, Heart-Rending Strike. Chapter 256, Heart-Rending Strike. Chen Xiang had already landed on the ground, but after seeing the 3 black BALLS shot over, he immediately moved in a high speed. In a blink of an eye, he suddenly vanished as he dodged those 3 black BALLS that were as tall as him. The 3 black energy BALLS were as frightening as a meteorite. From far away, it shot directly close to the ground and drew out 3 deep ditches on the ground. That was close. Chen Xiang said in his heart. The three-headed wolf's attack was very frightening and very fast. He was worried whether or not he would be able to dodge the next time. He immediately started DOS. HI +ing in a specific direction. A moment ago, after his attack landed on the three-headed wolf, the three-headed wolf had become furious. The three-headed wolf, after seeing Chen Xiang instantly running far away, immediately took a step with those 4 huge limbs before it quickly gave chase to Chen Xiang. Such a big beast's running speed was not slow at all. Its steps even shook the ground, causing slight tremors with roiling sound. However, it was too big after all, and even though its speed was fast, it still wasn't capable of matching Chen Xiang's speed. After seeing the three-headed wolf's attack from far away a moment ago, Chen Xiang thought that its speed was not too quick, and now the truth concurred with his guess. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiang had crossed a high mountain, but what made Chen Xiang speechless was that the three-headed wolf was actually too lazy to climb. It just directly blew a sage at the foot of the mountain. Under the chase, the three-headed wolf attacked Chen Xiang many times, but every time, Chen Xiang dodged them. Nevertheless, after Chen Xiang dodged each of its attacks, he would be struck with a lingering fear, because he knew that if he slacked even a little bit, he would vanish in a puff of smoke. Is this guy planning to chase me to death? Humph can still sense me. Chen Xiang snorted. He entered a lush forest and converged his breath while the three-headed was still far away. But in no time, it still found his location and directly chased him down. Once Chen Xiang was in sight, those 3 heads once again shot those 3 powerful and destructive black BALLS. This is not good. This guy is going to pester me to death. If this continues, I'll be hit sooner or later. You quickly think of a way to help me. Although Chen Xiang could lead the three-headed wolf up to this point, he himself still had to face perilous path. This scenario was rather dangerous. We are still thinking you endure for a while, Su Meiyao said. Her voice was also very solemn. After every black energy ball shot, this guy's strength will weaken. However, it has a huge reserve of devil qi in its body, And in order to consume it completely, at the very least, you need to make it shoot those black energy BLS for a whole day. Chen Xiang ran in the forest, treading along a winded route, lest he would be easily hit by the three-headed wolf's attacks. One whole day, Chen Xiang complained in his heart. "Little dragon, if you lend me your power, will it be enough?" Chen Xiang asked. "No idea, but if we tried it, then it will certainly be dangerous. It seems that this guy can only shoot these black energy BALLS as its attacks. As for defense, it only has that black chi cover. If you are closer to it, maybe it could not use those black BALLS to attack you because it will be afflicted too," Long Shui said. Chen Xiang had also thought of this, and now he was considering whether to give it a try or not. "You can give it a try. This guy's weak point is its heart, as well as that consciousness controlling its soul. Isn't the breaking soul cut in the Dragon Slayer's 7 killing cut specializes in attacking the soul? You first destroy the consciousness in its soul, and afterwards it will experience a burst of excruciating pain. By that time, use the heart-rending strike in the 7 killing cut to give a painful blow to the heart." Bai Yu said. Long Shui tenderly laughed and said, "If you use the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade with my power, it will be a lot more stronger. You should be able to smoothly kill this guy." Chun Xiang already felt a warm heat flowing from his arm. Long Shui had already begun giving her power to Chun Xiang. As it flowed into his body, it entered his dantian and fused into the 5 elements true qi. Long Shui's true qi was very mystical. Chun Xiang could also not understand what this power was, which could very easily fuse with his 5 elements true qi and also allow him to flexibly use, as if it was his own power. Long Shui had eaten no small amount of dawn, and she herself was a dragon. As for how much she has grown, Chen Xiang simply had no idea. He only knew her advantages were too many to count. Last time, he had only used her power for just 1 thrust. However, now she was infusing her power completely into his body, and he felt himself incomparably stronger. As Chen Xiang let out a howl, his body quivered. Along with the sudden disintegration of his clothes, which revealed his strong muscles, a white dragon on his left arm was twinkling in white light, looking very peculiar. At this time, 3 black BALLS were once again shot over. Although Chen Xiang had obtained such a strong power, he didn't meet with the attack head-on. On the contrary, he leapt into the air and flipped past the 3 black BALLS, dodging the attacks. At the same time, he had arrived above the 3-headed wolf. The 3-headed wolf looked at Chen Xiang in the sky, but did not attack. In fact, a sliver of fear appeared in those 6 huge eyes on its 3 heads, because it felt a very intense dragon chi. Only those who had dragon blood flowing in their body could have such an imposing manner, and that was also what most beasts were afraid of. Seeing the 3-headed wolf below him was not attacking, Chen Xiang grabbed the opportunity. He clenched the blade hilt and operated the exercises. His divine sense suddenly surged into the blade body, before he fiercely sent a slash below. Although separated by far, Chen Xiang could sense a divine sense congealed into a peculiar, powerful chi after being shot from the blade tip. In a blink of an eye, it landed on the 3-headed wolf, easily piercing through the black chi cover as soon as it hit. At the same time the blow landed, the 3-headed wolf let out a furious howl, which was then followed by a desolate howl. It opened its 3 jaws, which simultaneously howled while also spewing out a genuine black, fierce gale, blowing away the giant trees in front of it. Chen Xiang landed on the ground, mobilized a large part of his true qi, and gathered it inside the blade body. A moment ago he had used Soul Cruise, Plusing cut a kind of soul attack, and now he was preparing to use the heart-rending strike to attack its heart. In the Dragon Slayer's 7 killing cut, these 2 strikes were rather silent, unlike those other attacks which generate rather large movements. If he didn't have Long Shui's aid, perhaps his Soul Cruise, Plussing cut would have failed to pierce through the black chi cover, and even if it did pierce through, it would still have no way to struck its soul. Qinxiang stood beside the three-headed wolf, and as he closed his eyes, the azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade, started absorbing his power in madness. In his front, 3 thumping things appeared. They were the 3 hearts of the three-headed wolf. They were all linked together, but there was a layer of black mist enshrouding from the outside. Qinxiang was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that his divine sense would suddenly become so strong that he could directly see the situation inside the three-headed wolf's body. Soon he realized it was all due to Long Xue's strength, and now he was extremely shocked by Long Xue's divine sense, because it could actually achieve this point. He finally understood why Long Xue's perception was so accurate. Qinxiang could not only see those 3 giant beating hearts, he could also see a huge black crystal inside its huge body, storing energy. The larger the crystal, the more energy it could store. But as for humans, they store the true qi in their dantian by creating a transparent ball, constantly gathering and compressing the true qi. "Quick!" Long Xue shouted. "Once you kill this guy, its devil elemental nuclei is yours. After taking it, turn into a bird and fly away." A lot of power had been infused into the azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade, while the three-headed wolf was still growling in madness, suffering pain from the soul. A blade calmly and silently hacked down. This was the mystic of the heart-rending strike. Qinxiang took a long, deep breath. At this time he heard A-M-U-F fled sound coming from inside the three-headed wolf's body. Suddenly, the three-headed wolf stopped roaring as it fell on the ground. It struggled for a bit before it ceased any movement. Chapter 257, Devil Elemental Nuclei. Chapter 257, Devil Elemental Nuclei. After the three-headed wolf was killed, Long Xue's power left his body, leaving a sudden jolt of pain throughout his body as he almost slumped onto the ground. He was left with not a least bit of strength. This was the serious after-effects of using too much of Long Xue's power. He knew it was detrimental to his body, and if not as a last resort, he could not use Long Xue's power. Moreover, he also couldn't use it too frequently, or he would ruin his body. Stunned to do what? Quickly go and cut this guy's stomach and take out the devil elemental nuclei from inside, Long Xue hastily shouted. At the moment, not to mention moving and cutting open the three-headed wolf's abdomen, Qinxiang couldn't even raise his blade at all. "I can't move," Qinxiang powerlessly replied. "Idiot, don't you have mana?" Long Xue let out a tender snort. Qinxiang shook his head with a wry smile. He had indeed forgotten that very fact. Although his body was sore and lacking in power, he still had divine sense and he could still release mana. He operated the 9-turn Dragon Ji, D technique, transformed the divine sense into mana, and let it flow throughout his body. In this way, he could control his body through the mana. He first ate a white jade dan, before taking a true elemental dan. Only after he had eaten those he floated over to the three-headed wolf. At this moment he had recovered a lot. He took out the azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade, then slashed the three-headed wolf's huge body. The azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade was very sharp. It very easily cut open a big hole at the abdomen of the three-headed wolf, before those disgusting enthralls flushed out from the inside. Fortunately, Qinxiang reacted rather quickly, or else he would have drowned in those enthralls. Very soon, a round black crystal as tall as him came into his view. Although it was black in color, it was exuding a rather pure aura. This was the embodied energy of the beast's innate cultivation talent, and it was very much the same as a human's true qi. Once this huge devil elemental beast nuclei came out, and after being exposed to the sunlight, its surface actually cracked open. Piece by piece, black hard SHELLS fell off. On the inside, the crystal was rather white. To be precise, it was filled with white aura, containing huge energy which was rather incomparably pure. Quickly collect it and leave here. This guy's corpse is of no use. The devil chi is too dense. Long Shui urged. After Qin Xiang collected the huge devil elemental beast nuclei, he quickly left the place. On one side he was running, while on the other he was swallowing dawn. Does this thing have any use? Qin Xiang asked. Of course, this is in fact equivalent to a profound beast's core. You're asking if it's useful? This is the energy source of the three-headed wolf. With this thing, you can increase your true qi at much faster rate. Su Meiya replied. Qin Xiang hid in a patch of a forest and rested for a whole day. After resting till he had almost recovered, he left the forest and returned back to that hill. Qin Xiang had guessed early, before the Devil Path sect entered here. The three-headed wolf had already been tampered with by the Deans. That was why these Devil Path disciples could control the three-headed wolf. That should be the case. These guys do not dare to capture two strong devil beasts. Otherwise, these devil sect disciples would not be able to control them. That should be the extent of the devil sect disciples' control over the three-headed wolf. Bai Yu said, from another point of view, the southern wasteland can be considered as a treasure trove. There should be many kinds of fierce devil beasts. Qin Xiang lamented endlessly. If each beast had the devil elemental nuclei, and if they were all collected, one would absolutely make a fortune. Qin Xiang, while flying in the sky, saw a large group of humans on an empty plain. They were all his companions. Not good. Qin Xiang, with one glance, noticed that a lot among them had suffered injuries. At this moment, groups of devil beasts and human devils swoop upon them one by one. His companions were being surrounded by almost 100 devil sect disciples, controlling a bunch of attacking devil beasts and human devils. The injured were surrounded in the middle. Majority of the first or second level true martial realm disciples had suffered injuries, and the others were all attacking those suicidal devil beasts and human devils, pouncing over with all their might. Each and every one of them were all covered in black blood. They had bloodshot eyes, and it was evident that all of them were equally tired. Their surroundings were all littered with corpses, which had already began stinking. Yet there were still many human devil and beast devils surrounding them. At the moment, they were very well aware that if this went on, they would be left with no strength to fight back anymore. Many white hairs of Lung Yulan were covered in black blood. She had not stopped waving the giant sword in her hand, and with each strike of her strike, she would behead a good several enemies. Qin Xiang started to frown tightly. From afar, he could see that those human devils and devil beasts were all relatively stronger, and even their numbers were too many to count. In that piece of plain, Xue Xianxian and the others were tightly surrounded. Those killing the most fiercely were Lung Yulan, Xue Xianxian, Hao Dongqing, and Yun Xiaodao. They were the most violent people, especially Xue Xianxian. Usually, she would appear to be very gentle and quiet, like an otherworldly fairy, but the moment she began killing these devil beasts, she was like Eiji, Deaths of Slaughter, same as Lung Yulan, who wouldn't even bat an eye while killing her adversaries, yet appearing incomparably elegant. Lei Xionglin, Lei Zhong, and Lian Mingdong had just entered the true martial realm not long ago, so they were already injured. Wu Qianqian, on the other hand, had released her powerful flames, creating a huge flame and forcing back those devil beasts who were thinking of surrounding them. Those human devils wore black robes, had a mask on their faces, and dressed the same with those devil sect disciples. Although they were hidden among the crowd, Qin Xiang could still see who was who, and to his surprise, there were more than 90 devil sect disciples. Qin Xiang sneered as he fiercely landed from the sky. Although he had already retracted the vermilion bird fire wings, his back was still basking in flames. He looked like a meteorite falling from the sky that had fiercely dropped down on the ground. He stepped on a devil sect disciple's shoulder, and when this kind of terrifying impact suddenly befell upon that devil sect disciple, it made him unable to react, as he instantly became a meatloaf and sank into the ground. Chunxiang was already within the depths of the thousands of devil beasts and human devils. When the other devil sect disciples saw Chunxiang, they were all extremely shocked. In accordance to what they had seen, Chunxiang should have been hunted down by the three-headed wolf, but now he was back. As for Xue Xianxian and the others, after seeing Chunxiang had returned safely, all heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were all extremely excited, and their attacks suddenly turned even more intense, forcing those devil beasts and human devils surrounding them into continuous retreat. Chunxiang landed on the ground, and from his body, intense flames burst out. Suddenly, the flames spread out, forcing those human devils and devil beasts to retreat a few steps back. None of them dared to touch his flames, otherwise they would all be burned to death. On his back, a pair of tens of Zhang-long vermilion bird, Firewing, appeared as he grinningly said, "Devil Path Mongrels, try Father's new move!" As he spoke, he started rotating his body. The huge Firewings, rotating in such a way, suddenly transformed into a tornado made of fire, and of very frightening flames at that. The king among the flames, the heavenly sun fire. While Chunxiang rotated in madness, those Firewings grew longer and longer, thereby turning the fire tornado bigger and bigger. In just a short moment, a good hundreds of devil beasts and human devils were drawn in and burned off inside the tornado. As for Chunxiang, he was still releasing the vermilion bird, True Qi, madly. Everyone, after seeing such a huge fire tornado suddenly appear, could not help but be shocked. They recognized Chunxiang's flames. However, this trick of Chunxiang was rather too frightening. To their astonishment, it was cruel as well as spectacular. Younger brother Qin is too abnormal. Once he arrived, he had actually killed so many. Zhu Rong exclaimed. Xue Xianxian, after being surprised, hastily shouted, "Those who have even a little bit of strength left should protect the injured. Pave a way through the enemies. Let's quickly leave." Everyone knew that it was also more convenient for Chunxiang, as he could draw in all the devil creatures in the huge tornado. Through that, he could annihilate these devil creatures in one fell swoop. Chapter 258, Foregone Conclusion. Chapter 258, Foregone Conclusion. If Chunxiang had not stridden into the 5th level of the true martial realm, coupled with his vigorous true qi, he would also not dare to face these devil beasts and human devils in such a way. Chunxiang released all of his true qi, which was comparable to someone in the 7th level true martial realm. The strongest among these devil sect disciples were in the 5th level. Furthermore, those stronger, such as Wei Hongdao, had been beheaded long ago. Because of Chunxiang's sudden appearance, these devil sect disciples were sent into disarray. They had no time to pay attention to Xue Xianxian and the others. They were just thinking of escaping. However, they felt a powerful force pulling them as they were whirled off their feet and slowly pulling them into that huge flaming tornado. Chunxiang cultivated in S.H.I. plus and 2. Furthermore, his divine soul had already entered the adolescent stage. D knows how powerful his divine sense was. With his divine sense, he could actually lock those devil sect disciples. Chunxiang released the invisible and colorless universe, True Qi, which binded those disciples, making them unable to escape or resist. Very soon, Xue Xianxian and the others had left the plane. Although a few devil sect disciples were controlling those devil beasts and human devils tried to attack them, the instant they swooped over, they were all sucked away, eventually being drawn into the ever-growing tornado of flame. After everyone went far enough, Chunxiang let out a shout and released the azure dragon True Qi. It was the wooden, attributed True Qi, with wind and lightning power, which made the tornado's wind force even more stronger and added lighting to the mighty tornado. At this moment, there were even flashes of lightning throughout it. Those human devils and devil beasts who were sucked into the tornado, were teared apart by the wind, burnt by flames, and struck by lightning, all at the same time. It was like a purgatory, thus Chunxiang gave it a suitable name, Purgatory Tornado. This tornado was growing until it reached 1,000 zhang high. It whirled there, like a giant rotating mountain. This was the effect of Chen Xiang releasing both his azure dragon True Qi and the vermilion bird True Qi insanely. One should know the move he had casted was based upon some essential principles of the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, especially this kind of suction force. It was very formidable. The plain was originally completely full of corpses, however. Now these corpses had been sucked away by the purgatory tornado. After the devil's sect disciples were locked in by the suction force, the power within all of their bodies turned chaotic, making them unable to use their strength. Their bodies were gradually being whittled away as they whirled inside the purgatory tornado. Xue Xianxian and the others, seeing from far away, had all their mouth agape one by one. Chen Xiang's strength was already beyond their imagination. Although this kind of true qi had not reached the extreme state, however, Chen Xiang had rather casted a frightening martial technique. The power bursted out had rather made them feel shocked. The better the martial technique was, the more incisively the power of true qi could be unleashed. Moreover, it could allow one to transcend their normal strengths and better use the true qi. Lang Yulan lightly sighed. Elder brother is truly formidable. I have to become stronger. Xue Xianxian nodded her head. We cannot drag him down. If it wasn't for him, we would have already been sacrificed. Everyone signed again and again with emotion. If not for Chen Xiang, they could not imagine what could have happened to them. It may not have been long before they were captured. In particular, those friends of Chen Xiang were feeling a great pressure. They have all been role models along with Chen Xiang, but now they found the difference between them, and Chen Xiang was getting bigger and bigger. This made them all swear in their hearts that as soon as they returned, they would cultivate with all their effort and elevate their strength to catch up to him. Even Zhu Rong, this lazy guy, was also having such ideas, let alone the others. I heard once in a while, the righteous sects will hold a grand meeting. At that time, all the major sects will gather together for a grand compete. 1. Taiyan, it seems there is still some time left. Lang Yulan clenched her jade-like fists as she spoke. Zhu Rong laughed and said, Yes, it is said the final victor will receive many rich rewards. This is once in a century grand meeting. I will definitely be able to compete against elder brother in the grand meeting. Lang Yulan firmly said. Yun Xiaodao touched his nose and said, Elder brother Chen has such a younger sister. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. While Xue Xianxian was watching that spectacular fire tornado, a glint flashed through her pretty eyes. She tenderly laughed and said, I also want to compete with Brother Xiang, however. For now, we should take a step back. We are simply not in the same level. At this point, everyone was stimulated. They all secretly inspired themselves. They needed to blossom with radiant splendor in the grand meeting, and at the very least close the wide gap between Chen Xiang and themselves. The plain had already been emptied of corpses. That being said, mournful wails still came out from inside the fire tornado one after another. So Chen Xiang kept on releasing his azure dragon and vermilion bird, True Qi. After a while, finally finished. Ha ha, we won. The instant Chen Xiang started laughing, the fire tornado also disappeared. A large amount of white ash began falling down, accompanying his laughter. This was all what was left after those devil beasts, human devils, and devil sect disciples were processed in the tornado. Looking at the man fluttering those huge fire wings while letting out heroic laughter, everyone felt extremely excited. One by one, people rushed over and burst into cheering and shouting. Chen Xiang landed on the ground. Seeing everyone was all right, he let loose a sigh of relief before Xue Xianxian threw herself into his embrace, hugging him tightly. Before, when she saw Chen Xiang risking himself to lure away the three-headed wolf, she was extremely worried. She had no idea what she would do if she lost Chen Xiang. Xianxian, when you started killing, you scared the H-I+T out of me. Chen Xiang mischievously laughed while touching Xue Xianxian's face. Qin Xiang was obviously aware Xue Xianxian being very worried about him. Xue Xianxian wiped her falling tears and revealed a smile capable of causing the downfall of nations. The danger had already said. Everyone was also feeling relaxed. There were some who could not help but lie down on the ground while looking at the sky and open their mouths to breath in the fresh air. Qin Xiang released a burst of water from his hands, wiping away the black bloodstains on Leng Yulan's white hair, and helped her clean those eye-catching bloodstains. Xue Xianxian also liked Leng Yulan's beautiful white hairs very much. Xue Xianxian also helped and was plus-ing Leng Yulan's hair, which made her feel warm in her heart. Little rascal Yin, if you are that good to my sister, as a brother, I will be relieved. Zhu Rong gave a contemptuous glance to Yun Xiaodao. Yun Xiaodao spat in response. Pooh, how about you tell your younger sister to be gentler to me? That woman is a tigress. However, since you are her brother, this father is too lazy to manage her. Zhu Rong sighed. You are so screwed. I'm going to tell everything you said word by word to my sister. That being said, you always boast you are extremely formidable. I didn't expect you to be afraid of a girl. You're really a coward, ha ha ha. Everyone overheard their conversation and also burst into laughter. It must be known that Zhu Rong and Yun Xiaodao were both disciples from the 4 major families of the extreme martial province. Moreover, they had also entered in the true martial realm at such a young age. This kind of item. 1. Tai was quite prominent in the Chimu mainland, so their reputation was not small. With the waves of hearty laughter, the haze that had been enshrouding their hearts for past few days had been removed. The altar had been destroyed, all the devil sect disciples had been killed, and the majority of the devil beasts and human devils had been burnt to white ash. So long as any of the powerful beings in the depths didn't come out, they would all remain very safe in here. However, just in case, Qin Xiang and everyone else decided to choose a new place to stay. They quickly established a guarding point which could attack, defend, as well as allow them to escape quickly. If their preparations had not been adequate last time around, they could have been exterminated by the 3-headed wolf. After a few days, the wounded were mostly recovered. In addition to a few sentries guarding the camp, others hid in the stone rooms inside the mountain to cultivate. After what they went through before, they all knew they were lacking a lot in personal strength. At this time, everyone had a single mindset to become stronger and were all incredibly diligent. Chapter 259, Paris.H.I. Plus in Golden Body. Chapter 259, Paris. H.I. Plus in Golden Body. Qin Xiang also spent nearly every day inside the stone room, cultivating. But from time to time he would go out and chat with everyone. He needed to grasp this time to consolidate his foundation. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds in the southern wasteland, but haste made waste, and going too fast was not always good. Unknowingly, the time said, and everything remained very calm. There would be occasional waves of cold wind blowing from the depths, but everyone were all same as they were in the past. Those who were sentry were patrolling as usual today, and those who were cultivating as usual. However, with the sudden arrival of a bizarre aura, everyone was disturbed. Quickly take a look. One of the sentry at the hilltop exclaimed. A few disciples who came out of the caves quickly looked towards a giant mountain. The southern wasteland was currently surrounded by a giant mountain, like piercing through the heavens. Even Qin Xiang could not fly and leave this place. However, at this time that giant mountain gradually started turning transparent. 2 months have said. Zhu Rong shouted in excitement. He had almost gone mad from staying in this place. Now he could finally leave. The giant mountain disappeared and the canyon through which they had entered once again appeared. Everyone became excited and burst into cheers. Finally, we can leave this ghastly place. Yun Xiaodao laughed and directly jumped down. At this time, everyone gathered together and were all still very alert. This was a habit they had developed these days. All who had entered the southern wasteland made a great progress, especially in regards to their battle experience. While vigilant of their surrounding, everyone walked towards the canyon. Past the canyon, nothing had occurred, but there were more than a dozen people in front of the canyon entrance. They were all Tyke. Oh, an S from the major righteous and devil sects in the Chimu mainland. Seeing so many people coming out, these Tyke. Oh, an S could not help but feel surprised. Although they had not entered, they felt the oncoming fluctuations from inside during these days they were outside. It had even made their heart jump, and some even shuddered with fear. They believed, with this kind of premonition, no one would come out. There were only 40 righteous disciples who had come out. Seeing this, an old man of the beast martial sect hastily asked, "Where are our disciples? Have you seen them?" The proud sword sect's dean also asked, "Quickly speak. Why haven't my proud sword sect's disciples come out?" Both of their tones were not very polite and made Qin Xiang and the others feel very disgusted. Only Qin Xiang dismissively said, "All dead. They have been killed by this father." As those words of Qin Xiang came out, those Tyke, oh, and S all became extremely shocked. Even the deans of the devil sects were amazed. Lu Menger looked at Qin Xiang with a frown and with a look of blame in her eyes. Yet even more so, a very worried expression on her face. The same was true for Hua Xiangyue. Although both of them were rather silent, they were both extremely worried. "What did you say?" The dean of the proud sword sect had already begun lifting his palm. Just as he was about to slap down, Gu Dongqin coldly shouted, "You Jianglin, if you dare to make a move on him, I will destroy your proud sword sect." While speaking, Gu Dongqin's whole body glistened in golden aura. His body looked as if it had been carved out of gold, and that endless imposing manner pressing down on Qin Xiang and the others made it difficult for them to breathe. The Tyke, oh, and S from the other sects had a look of shock. They gazed at gold-like Gu Dongqin in astonishment. Those devil sect deans had an even more panic-stricken appearance. "This is the Paris H.I. plus in golden body obtained by crossing the 7th tribulation of the Nirvana realm. I didn't expect the extreme martial sect's dean to be so strong. He has already arrived at this level." Su Meiyao exclaimed. The proud sword sect's dean, Yu Jianglin, immediately retracted his arm. He knew he was not a match for Gu Dongqin. Gu Dongqin returned to his original appearance and coldly said, "I already warned you that if your sect disciples dare to make a move on Qin Xiang, I'll destroy your sect. Do you still want to ask what happened?" Although Yu Jianglin was harboring fire in his heart, he had not lost his reasoning. He knew there must be some reason behind it. Most likely their proud sword sect's disciples made the first move. If he continued asking, Qin Xiang would definitely announce that the proud sword sect's and the beast martial sect's disciples made the first move. Then Gu Dongqin would certainly go and exterminate the proud sword sect and the beast martial sect to fulfill his promise. After they came to learn of Gu Dongqin's true strength, they were all extremely afraid. Not to mention the elder courtyard of the extreme martial sect. Gu Dongqin alone could wipe them out. Yu Jiangling and the elder of the beast martial sect immediately turned around and flew away. They did not want to see their sects exterminated because of them. "Don't be too proud. Our people have still not come out." A devil sect Tyke, OON, said. There were a total of 5 devil sects, so there were 5 of them here. They were all extremely doubtful in their hearts, in accordance with their plans, and with the ambushes laid inside. Not even one of the righteous sect's disciples should have come out. Plus, their disciples should have opened the altar and communicated with the G.O.D. of the devil domain. No need to wait. They have all been killed by me. Qin Xiang suddenly took out 10 or so heads and threw them down on the ground. His voice suddenly turned cold as he began narrating the things that had been conspired on the inside and the earth-shaking conspiracy from the Devil Path disciples. Other disciples also nodded one by one to prove what Qin Xiang had said was indeed true. the more those righteous tyke. Oh, oh! And as listened, the uglier and colder their complexions became. If this plan had come to fruition, the consequences were unimaginable. The great calamity had yet to arrive. If it did, then the Chinwu mainland would probably have been turned into a living purgatory in the human world. Do you have anything else to say? Gu Dongqin's complexion turned ugly. The same was true for other deans, because they had been mistaken about Devil Path sect and almost killed their own sect's disciples. Black smoke, full of foul stench, suddenly broke out from these devil sect deans. It's poisonous! Hua Xiangyue hastily shouted. She lightly brushed her jade-like palm and blew a gale, accompanied with a herb fragrance, which went inside everyone's nose. Those guys are running away. The kiss of the jade dragon was already clasped in Lu Menger's hands. Gu Dongqin let out a cold snort before his body was covered in golden light, and he disappeared. I'll make them pay! Chun Xiang took a glance at Hua Xiangyue. He found this cutesy, alluring woman's strength was rather marvelous. At the very least, she was also in Nirvana realm. Otherwise, she would not have been so calm a moment ago. One must know she was facing several tyke. Oh, an S from the major Devil Path sections. After these tyke. An S came to know Qin Xiang had turned the tide and ruined the Devil Path's plan. All of them were extremely surprised. Qin Xiang had done a very meritorious deed. He had rescued the entire Chinwu mainland. In the end, this matter cannot be let loose to the public, lest the power inside was controlled by someone with evil intention. Gu Dongqin said. Hua Xiangyue nodded her head and arrived beside Qin Xiang. With her tender and soft, beautiful hands, she touched Qin Xiang's handsome cheek and charmingly smiled. You are the reason our Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples could survive. How can I thank you? Seeing such a move from Hua Xiangyue, Lu Menger, Xue Xianxian, Leng Yulan suddenly tenderly spat in their hearts. So be it. I'll give you 1,000 true elemental dawn. Hua Xiangyue tenderly smiled and then handed a storage pouch to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took the storage pouch. With a serious look said, Senior, please note that I have a wife, and on another note, please do not casually make such an ambiguous move on me, so as not to mislead. Everyone heard Chen Ziyan speaking like that were suddenly stunned. Meanwhile, Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue both cursed Qin Xiang in their hearts. He could actually be so shameless. They had been molested by Chen Xiang before, especially Lu Menger. She was cheaply taken advantage by Qin Xiang. Xue Xianxian just let out a light chuckle. Hua Xiangyue lightly snorted. If there weren't so many people here, she definitely would have responded with a few sarcastic remarks. Chapter 260, Rewards of the Tyke. NS. Chapter 260, Rewards of the Tyke. NS. Regarding the generosity of Hua Xiangyue, everyone was feeling rather shocked. 1,000 true elemental dawn. That was worth 5 million crystal stones. This made those disciples secretly gulp down their saliva. Qin Xiang also didn't thank Hua Xiangyue. They had pretty good relations, so Hua Xiangyue did not say anything. Danxiang Taiyuan is really kind. Chen Xiang contemptuously glanced at the tyke. And as from the other sects, the look in his eyes was telling those deans, you're all cheapskates, the other person is a female and so generous. Only Qin Xiang, this kind of guy who kept on calling Gu Dongqin and the others as little martial nephews throughout the day, could toughen up in front of so many tyke. S. Seniors, a while ago you had already thanked me. A monetary reward is nothing. I'm already satisfied with 1,000 true elemental dawn from Danxiang Taiyuan. Qin Xiang said his face was BRIMMING with a strange smile. This is a profound fire crystal. You are an alchemist. This can purify your flames even further. I think you should be well aware of its advantages. Take it. Lu Menger tenderly snorted before speaking. She then raised her jade-like hands as she threw a stone glittering in a fiery red light towards Qinxiang. Xiang quickly caught it. He was obviously aware of the formidability of the profound fire crystal. It was as precious as an earth-level spirit herb. Other Tyke. Oh. And as were once again feeling extremely shocked, Lu Menger was actually willing to gift this kind of thing to Qinxiang. One must know the profound fire crystal's worth was the same as the 1,000 true elemental dawn. This reward comes from both the divine weapon Heavenly Empire and the Icewind Valley. Lu Menger added another sentence before letting out another tender snort, although Lu Menger's tender snort appeared to be a normal response. Hua Shunyue was a woman, and her intuition told her that there was definitely another layer of relation between Lu Menger and Qinxiang from that little clue. Qinxiang mischievously laughed as he received the profound fire crystal. Two women could so generously give out such heavy rewards, which made the hearts of those male deans secretly bleed. The true martial sex Tang, Yi Chao, didn't speak anything. With his sex 4 disciples, he just marched off, which made the other sex dean and disciples secretly hold him in contempt. Qinxiang could understand Tang Yi Chao's mood. After all, several Nirvana realm martial artists from true martial sect had been slaughtered by him. Tang Yi Chao would kill himself before giving Qinxiang anything. Saying thank you was already quite good. Now, only the gentle and refined dean of the Lotus Island was left. He was called Lian Yingxiao. He smiled at Gu Dongqin before saying, "Brother Gu, it must be a headache having such a disciple." While speaking, he took out a fist-sized ball. Seeing this, Hua Xianyue suddenly gave a tender shout, "White Jade Lotus Seed!" The White Jade Lotus Seed was on par with the HELL Spirit GRA SS. Both were sacred herbs which could bring the dead back to life and regrow one's bones and flesh. Moreover, it was even rarer than the HELL Spirit GRA SS. After Lian Yingxiao handed it over to Qinxiang, the dean took a glance at Lian Mingdong. Although it was only a glance, Qinxiang still caught the complex look within his eyes, and he was sure that the Lotus Island's master had some relation with Lian Mingdong. Brother Lian is truly generous. You even took out the soul of your island. Gu Dongqin laughed and said, "That is a given. If not for him, all my Lotus Island's disciples would have probably been killed. Moreover, from now on, we will have to fight with a bunch of ancient devils. Our sect will definitely be affected." Lian Yingxiao slightly smiled and said, "From what I see, you're afraid of being pressed down by a woman." Lu Menger faintly smiled. She came in front of Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan and caressed their heads. Qinxiang gave a glance to Gu Dongqin, laughed, and said, "Dean, I know our extreme martial sect has a shortage of resources. That's why you don't need to give me anything." Gu Dongqin was surprised for a moment. He secretly started cursing Qinxiang. A while ago, Gu Dongqin was looking at these sects Tyke. NS with a gloating expression. However, now it was their turn. Although Qinxiang stated it like that, he made it very clear that he wanted something. Qinxiang had repeatedly asked for treasure from those Tyke. NS, which made other disciples become drenched in cold sweat. They were all afraid that Qinxiang would rather anger these powerful old codgers and then slap to death. Qinxiang knew these dean were all old codgers who had been alive for more than 10,000 years. They definitely had some sort of treasure which they could hand out. He smilingly looked at Gu Dongqin, trying to appear naive and innocent. The onlooking Gu Dongqin could not wait to beat Qinxiang. Gu Dongqin had to bite the bullet and took out a small black bottle. As soon as he took it out, the temperature of the surroundings suddenly soared. Many profusely sweat from the sudden change in heat. "What is this?" Qinxiang knew it was definitely marvelous. During my 6th tribulation of Nirvana realm, it is the collected heavenly heart flame. It should be helpful to your flames. Gu Dongqin said. Lu Menger and Lian Yingxiao both took in a deep breath. They knew the formidability of the heavenly heart flames. but had not expected Gu Dongchen to be capable of collecting it. This was indeed a top-tier peculiar, unique treasure. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu also said it was good stuff, so Qin Xiang reluctantly took it. Although only Chen Xiang obtained rewards from these deans, those other disciples felt it should be like this. After all, Qin Xiang was also their savior. They held nothing but gratitude in their hearts, so they didn't voice out to get anything. All disciples followed their respective deans and left. Gu Dongchen released the disc again, carrying Qin Xiang and the others before leaving. During the parting, Xue Xianxian and Lang Yulan both asked Qin Xiang to come and find them whenever he had time. They had stayed with Qin Xiang for so long that they were content for now. This also gave them chance to see the difference between them and Qin Xiang. We survived and still have fortune left to come, haha. Qin Xiang laughed and said. He patted Yun Xiaodao's shoulder. After we return, we will all be disciples of the King Martial Courtyard. We are the first batch. Everyone immediately got excited. Zhu Rong smiled and said, We're also bronze disciples and silver warriors. However, we have also suffered a lot. First, those 3 months of special training and then 2 months of suffering in that ghastly place. Don't be too excited. Every 3 years there is an assessment in the King Martial Courtyard. Those who are unqualified will be kicked out. Gu Dongchen said with a slightly upturned mouth. This made everyone disappointed in their hearts. Although Lian Mingdong, Lei Xionglin, and Lei Zhong had worse strength in this group, this gave them the opportunity to vastly improve. Moreover, they would obtain a ton of benefits. At the very least, they had the opportunity to reside in the King Martial Courtyard for 3 years. As long as they grasped this good opportunity, they believed in the coming 3 years they would have improved enough to stay. Very soon, they arrived back at the extreme martial sect. During their time in the southern wasteland, many of them had very much missed their sect. At least in here, they didn't have to live every second and minute in fear. They didn't need to worry about those human devils and devil beasts every waking moment. After returning, all 10 of them did the exact same thing, and that was to get some good rest. In the southern wasteland, they couldn't get a good tie or quality of sleep. Those true disciples of the extreme martial sect saw these 10 safely return, became secretly jealous in their hearts because these 10 would all obtain very rich rewards. If they had also gone at that time, then maybe right now. However, there was no pill for regret. Not only they did leave a bad impression on the dean and other elders of the sect, they were looked down upon by Chen Xiang and the others. Chapter 261 White Jade Lotus Seed. Chapter 261 White Jade Lotus Seed. Qin Xiang and the others, after relaxing for a few days, suddenly heard the extreme martial sect's gathering bell. Not only the true disciples were gathered, there were also the disciples above true martial realm. 100 or so people have gathered in a large courtyard inside the extreme martial sect's mysterious realm. Gu Dongchen first praised the bravery of Qin Xiang and the others, then personally gave them rewards. This was also the most exciting moment, in particular for Zhu Rong. 1,000,000 crystal stones, 500 true elemental dawn, bronze disciples and silver warrior medals, as well as direct entry to the King Martial Courtyard without any assessment. This made many onlooking disciples extremely envious. Gu Dongchen too intentionally convened these disciples, ruthlessly made them envious and made them feel regret. After the gathering ended, Wu Keiming and Gu Dongchen entered a private room with Qin Xiang. Young martial uncle, this time, you made my heart bleed too much. The heavenly heart flame was something I had collected a very long time ago. Gu Dongchen complainingly said. Qin Xiang pursed his lips and said, You bunch of good-for-nothings, you were almost hoodwinked by these devil path and also sent us to our deaths. If not for your martial uncles, my breakthrough at the critical moment, you cannot so leisurely sit here. Both Wu Keiming and Gu Dongchen could not say anything. If not for Qin Xiang, this freak in the southern wasteland, perhaps now they would have been plunged into a bitter single. Both of them were very well aware of the fact that there were many powerful guys sealed in the southern wasteland. Young Marshal Uncle, didn't you say you have building foundation, Don? Can't you sell some to me for a little less? Gu Dongchen asked. Chun Xiang gave a pout before raising his head high. Not a crystal stone less. 500,000 for one. Buy or not, I don't care. The extreme martial sex dean, a seventh tribulation nirvana realm martial artist, was someone whom Chen Xiang would not be afraid about not having crystal stones. If Gu Dongchen encountered such a person, he would have originally ruthlessly struck him down a couple of times. However, looking at his martial nephew's ident one Tai, he knew that Chen Xiang also gave a very reasonable price. If the building foundation Don were taken for auction, and if he encountered someone with urgent need, it could be sold for a much higher price, not just 500,000 crystal stones. Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming were both somewhat speechless, but now there was no other way. How many do you have? Wu Keiming asked. 40. You guys can only buy all of them at once. Otherwise, I will not sell them. Chun Xiang laughed and said, Young Marshal Uncle, Zhu Rong, that fatty, I'm afraid, is not as sinister as you. Forget it, we will take it. Wu Keiming forcefully smiled and said, Do you want crystal stones or true elemental dawn? Gu Dongchen asked, True elemental dawn, because some auction houses only accept the true elemental dawn. By the time he entered those, he would need to go and exchange for true elemental dawn, and that would definitely be very troublesome. The total worth was 20 million crystal stones, and exchanging them for true elemental dawn amounted to 4,000. Previously, Elder Dan had also taken out many true elemental dawn in one breath. Today, Gu Dongchen was also like that, and it was evident that in the hand of these tyke. And yes, there was a large amount of true elemental dawn. However, they intentionally let others feel the scarcity by only taking them out bit by bit. The dawn could be preserved for a very long time, and these 10,000 years old tyke. And yes, for so many years, had certainly ACCU mulat a lot. After all, it was also an important resource for the development of the sect. When Chun Xiang returned to the extreme Dan King courtyard, he didn't find Elder Dan, and he also discovered that no one took care of his herb garden. This caused him to feel somewhat doubtful. Elder Dan very much cared about his herb garden, however, now that it was put aside, although it wouldn't really matter that much, it was just that the growth of the herbs would slow down a lot. Chun Xiang knocked on the door of Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian, since coming back, became very diligent. For several times, Chun Xiang went to find her, but she was focused on alchemy all the time, and it was the case even now. Qianqian, have you seen Elder Dan? Chun Xiang asked. No, I'm also looking for her, however. She had said that if I can't find her, then there's no need to look for her. It's very likely she had went into closed-door training. Wu Qianqian replied. Her whole body at the moment was drenched in fragrant perspiration, soaking her thin clothes, closely sticking along with her charming, tender body. It was very eye-catching. Chun Xiang, from time to time, glanced at her bosom, which was met with a light spat as she covered her bosom quickly. I want to refine dawn. I think that I will be able to refine 4 dawn with one set of herbs very quickly. Then from your hands, I can earn true elemental dawn. Chun Xiang laughed and said, Then increase your efforts. Your strength is already pretty good. However, there is still room for improvement. Don't always keep yourself occupied with alchemy. Make sure to be uniform in every other aspects. Wu Qianqian nodded her head. Chun Xiang returned to the herb garden and diluted the golden dragon saliva coalesced in the southern wasteland into the water, before watering the various rare herbs and flowers in the herb garden. Sister Meiyao, do you think the white jade lotus flower can be grown into a lotus? Chun Xiang suddenly thought of this and excitedly asked. No idea, but you can try. However, the white jade lotus seems to be grown in water, which is in the sea of the Lotus Island. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang hastily fetched a small pond in the herb garden and said how to irrigate it. It was also his first time watering the herbs to make them grow. Directly pouring into the water was not enough. It would directly mix with water. Very easy. Just use your divine sense to wrap the golden dragon saliva and then control it into the water. Afterwards, you just have to infuse it into the white jade lotus seed. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang placed that bead braving in white light into the water before taking out a small bottle of golden dragon saliva. At the same time, he poured it into the water and wrapped it with his powerful divine sense, creating an invisible white SHI plus ELD on the outer layer of the golden dragon saliva, isolating it from the water. This way, it could seep into the white jade lotus seed. If the white jade lotus seed could absorb it, then we could assume that it could be planted. If you had a lot of these in the future, it will be very difficult for you to die. Su Meiyao tenderly laughed and said, although it was in the water, Chun Xiang could sense the situation of the golden dragon saliva, and he could also see it being absorbed by the white jade lotus seed. This made him very excited. The HELL spirit GRAS, although a sacred healing herb, was still not good for planting because it required death chi, while the effect of the white jade lotus seed was somewhat better than the HELL spirit GRAS, not to mention that it could also be planted. In this way, even if he had completely used up all of his HELL spirit GRAS, he still did not need to worry about sacred healing herbs. Chun Xiang now also had 100 building foundation dawn, but at the moment he still didn't know how to use them. He still hadn't found the suitable candidates for nurturing, and Yun Xiaodao and the others had already eaten too many. Eating more would do more harm than good, and that would also make their foundation unstable. As for him, there was no obvious effect if he took them, and they would only be wasted. It seems I have to go to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire to find Sister Menger and sell a little to her. Chun Xiang thought he could ruthlessly dupe Lu Menger a little, and he secretly thought it was cool. He was not only planning to look for Lu Menger, he was also planning to go to Danxiang Taoyuan. However, he first wanted to see whether the white jade lotus seed could be planted or not. At the moment, it still could not be determined. Currently, he was also not sure when there would be any activity in the white jade lotus seed. Moreover, he had used just enough of the golden dragon saliva, and he still had some coalesced golden dragon saliva left. Looking at those azure profound trees, Chun Xiang decided to not ripen them first. He was not in need of the building foundation dawn at the moment. Moreover, he was also lacking in dawn which could allow him to improve his cultivation a tad bit faster. For instance, the 5 elements true elemental dawn. Now he was still collecting the ingredients, and he was sure it would not take him too long before he could gather all the ingredients. By that time, as long as he had a stable foundation, he could immediately improve. Chapter 262, The Missing Genius. Chapter 262, The Missing Genius. The King Martial Courtyard in the extreme martial sect's mysterious realm, although it was small. Yun Xiaodao and the others did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, they were rather excited. In their opinion, entering this King Martial Courtyard was an honor. Chun Xiang and the other 10 were all gathered here. As soon as he came, he saw Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong wearing 2 small medals on their chest, which was the clear proof of being a bronze disciple and silver warrior. Chun Xiang was unable to hold his laughter. It seems only the 2 of you can be high profile. As he glanced at the others, he discovered that the others were unlike them. This is what we got after busting our SES in the southern wasteland, and this is our honor. Yun Xiaodao replied as if he did not care at all and struck out his chest. Zhu Rong also proudly said, "Well, I have these 2 medals on the way." The others looked at me with different expressions in their eyes. Chun Xiang shook his head and smiled. "When you can get the golden casted medal, then show off again. With one glance, everyone will know that you guys are lazy. If it was someone who cultivated regularly, he would have already thrown it away." Yun Xiaodao let out a snort and said, "Can't I wear it on the first day of the King Martial Courtyard?" At this moment, Gu Dongchen arrived. He was the chief of the King Martial Courtyard, and Qin Xiang and the others still didn't know in the end what was so special inside this courtyard. In Qin Xiang's eyes, for the dean to personally teach them martial skills, it didn't really amount to anything. But for the other disciples, it was a kind of special treatment. Everyone, before going to the southern wasteland, were all trained by Gu Dongchen. Now, they did not feel any need for formality. It was as if a junior was just facing his elder. They could speak and smile nonchalantly. During the 3 months of special training, our elder courtyard has laced your strengths and weaknesses. Now, I will arrange your cultivation in accordance with this aspect and teach you martial skills. Gu Dongchen said. Everyone were suddenly thrilled inside their hearts. Before, the 3 months of special training was for them to survive in the southern wasteland, and at that time they were more or less worried whether they could come back or not. But now they were in the King Martial Courtyard for at least 3 years, and they could even get guidance from Gu Dongchen himself. There are 3 alchemists here, and to not affect your alchemy, I have made a better arrangement for all of you. Gu Dongchen then looked at Qin Xiang and slightly smiled. Qin Xiang, you are now a lot stronger than the other 9. I also don't have too much time. That's why you'll have to sacrifice your time. I will not personally guide you. The time saved will be spent on other disciples. Qin Xiang shrugged his shoulders as a look of it was none of his business appeared on his face. His teacher was Huang Jintian, and the obtained inheritance could already make Gu Dongchen envious himself. Moreover, Gu Dongchen didn't really have anything to guide him. Gu Dongchen began to talk about some cultivation, but Qin Xiang was not interested in this. After yawning, he immediately left, and this caused Yin Xiaodao and the others to feel somewhat sorry, because Qin Xiang could not receive the guidance of Gu Dongchen. Qin Xiang walked out of the extreme martial sect's mysterious realm. He knew that in the future he might rarely get a hold of Yin Xiaodao and the others. A while ago he had heard of some of the plans of Gu Dongchen, and in his heart he was secretly laughing, especially for Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong's time was heavily scheduled, and it would definitely be extremely arduous. Every day, staying in the extreme Dan King courtyard had caused him to feel bored. He roamed around in the martial courtyards one by one, yet he still failed to find any good seedlings. What are you doing here? Quickly go sign up. A man shouted at a group of people walking down the road. Sign up for what? A man asked somewhat confusedly. Don't you know? 30 years ago, the missing genius with 3 pulses has returned. Moreover, he has advanced to the 7th level of the true martial realm. He now wants to rope in some people and go out for some experience. But first, those people would need to go through his A assessment. That man replied. The group of people were all old, and they knew who that missing person was. After they heard of his return, they suddenly rejoiced and hastily followed along with that man. Genius that was missing for 30 years. Qin Xiang rubbed his chin as he also hastily followed along. He wanted to see who this person was. 3 pulses represented that one could cultivate 3 kinds of true qi. However, it required a rather good martial exercise, and only then would cultivating it be possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult to advance. The cultivation process was also very complicated. Take Qin Xiang, for example. If he could control his true qi better, then regarding his strength, there was no need to speak of it anymore. This man was actually outside the extreme martial sect. Along the way, Qin Xiang also saw a lot of people. After hearing the news, all of them were Rus. Plussing because if they were selected, they would get a lot of dawn, and that was rather very attractive. Senior brother, are you also going? A man seeing Qin Xiang following everyone along immediately asked. Qin Xiang nodded his head and laughed. Going to join in the fun? The man replied, You'd better not go. This guy is the disciple of Elder Liu. He is also a high-level foster son of the Liu family. Qin Xiang frowned. The Liu family had migrated long ago and left the extreme martial province. The extreme martial sect's high-level figures also knew Lu family had colluded with the Devil Path. However, there was no evidence. That was why they could not do anything. The Lu family did not pose a threat to the extreme martial sect, so the extreme martial sect also put it aside. Furthermore, there were no important people in the extreme martial sect from the Lu family. It doesn't matter. I have not offended him. Moreover, Lu family has done some things to me. Who doesn't know this? I only did what a normal person would have done. Chun Xiang pursed his lips and said, although he said so, he had already done some preparation for that man. This time he also wanted to take a look at that man's bottom line. 30 years ago, the man was indeed a genius, though he was probably not better than Chun Xiang. But at that time in the extreme martial sect, everyone knew his name. Lu Jia. He disappeared for 30 years where the H-E-L did he went. Chun Xiang, in his heart, was doubtful as he walked rather slowly. He was somewhat suspicious that the Lu family had been colluding with the Devil Path sects from a very long time ago. If this Lu Jia went inside these Devil Path sects, and now he came back again, then it might be a conspiracy of the Devil Path sect. If he had returned somewhat earlier or later, Chun Xiang wouldn't have such doubts, but now he had come after the Devil Path's plan in the southern wasteland failed. Chun Xiang could not help but become suspicious. Su Meiyao suddenly said, "You have to be careful. The Devil Path sect in the southern wasteland have suffered heavy losses, and if that guy Lu Jia really came back from the Devil Path sect, I'm afraid he has come for you." Chun Xiang certainly have thought of this. However, this was in the periphery of the extreme martial sect, and Chun Xiang also had nothing to worry about. It was inside a hotel on the 3rd floor. This time, outside the hotel, there were many people, and they were all waiting in line for their interview. People from inside kept on coming out, and all of them had a look of disappointment. There is indeed a 7th-level true martial realm martial artist. The true chi within his body are fire, lightning, and gold respectively. 3 kinds of attribute, and they are also very pure and have overbearing true chi. Long Shui suddenly determined. Chun Xiang was now in the 5th level of the true martial realm, not to mention 3 pulses martial artist. Against a single pulse, he would not necessarily be victorious, but he would manage to be even against one. Although his true chi was very rich, his current cultivation level at the true martial realm was still inferior. One must know that the more the true chi was gathered, the higher the degree of compression would become. By observing his true chi, he does not appear to be from Devil Path. However, he doesn't really need to know Devil Path martial exercise, because just like you, your true chi is pure as well as rich, yet you can still use powerful devil techniques. Bai Yu said, Chun Xiang didn't step into the hotel, turned around and left. He felt he must look for Wu Keiming, make him pay attention to this Lu Jia. He had just turned around, before a rather dull voice with a sliver of pride came. "Since you have come, why leave?" "Gee, oh," Dee knows from where the sound came. It was not very loud, yet everyone felt as if it rang inside their ears. This was the voice of Lu Jia. Chapter 263, Ghost Martial Technique. Chapter 263, Ghost Martial Technique. Hearing Lu Jia's voice, Chun Xiang was a bit surprised. While coming over, Chun Xiang had converged his breath, yet he was still sensed by Lu Jia. It was obvious that Lu Jia's divine sense was not on the weak side. Chun Xiang had not planned to meet with Lu Jia, so he pretended not to hear him. Rather, Chun Xiang just continued to walk. But immediately after from above, he heard the sound of a window opening, before a man jumped down from the 3rd floor of the hotel and stood in front of him. Lu Jia was garbed in a luxurious white robe and was holding a fan. He was very handsome with his sword-like eyebrows, long eyes, and fair complexion. At the moment he was sizing up Chun Xiang. "Was it you who killed my master?" Lu Jia dismissively asked. From the expression in eyes, not a sliver of anger could be seen. This caused Chun Xiang to feel strange. Originally at the entrance, there were many people standing, and all of them recognized Chun Xiang and Lu Jia. In many people's opinion, Lu Jie should be somewhat stronger than Qin Xiang. However, Lu Jie's master death in Qin Xiang's hands was well known to everyone, and Lu Jie hating Qin Xiang was also taken for granted. But now seeing Lu Jie looking so indifferent made everyone feel strange. Qin Xiang replied, "Yes, I killed him." Lu Jie slightly smiled. "My master has always been my target, and my teacher was killed by you, so now you are my target. Do you dare to have a bout with me?" The other party was in the 7th level of the true martial realm, 2 levels higher than Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang wouldn't take on this kind of stupid matter, because if he didn't use the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, he would be a lot weaker. Moreover, he had just entered the 5th level of the true martial realm, and he was yet to fully familiarize himself with his current capability. "Not interested," Qin Xiang replied. Once these words came out, Lu Jie's complexion immediately changed. It turned a lot colder. Qin Xiang felt something was wrong. Just as he had this kind of feeling, he was invaded by a dangerous feeling. "Be careful!" Long Shui tenderly shouted, but it was too late. Qin Xiang only felt a power fiercely bombarding on his dantian, so as to make his body seem to be struck by a million of Jin of power. Although he did not have the time to dodge, the true qi within his body automatically operated, and also most of the power was resisted by the black tortoise adamantal armor hiding under his skin. Qin Xiang, from the impact of the sudden invading power, retreated 2 steps. From the corners of his mouth, a trace of blood gradually flowed out and dripped on the ground. At the moment, his 5 zhang and 6 fu were all ruptured. Just a moment ago, he felt everything within his body was being pressed upon, as if it was being crushed. In just a blink of an eye, he was seriously injured. The true qi within his dantian was difficult to mobilize, because most of his meridians had been damaged. If he forcefully utilized true qi, it would only cause even more serious damage to his meridians. Qin Xiang clenched his fist. His line of sight was currently somewhat fuzzy, but it gradually recovered. Now his complexion was somewhat pale, yet it was still full of anger. "What's the matter with you?" Lu Jie asked. Qin Xiang's whole body quivered. He found Lu Jie had been standing there with that fan in his hand, and yet he was able to release such a powerful attack. Not even the least bit of aura was leaked. The surrounding people were also giving a strange look to Qin Xiang. They only saw Qin Xiang retreat 2 steps a moment ago, and then blood suddenly overflowed from his mouth. "Lu Jie, I'll not let you off." Qin Xiang wiped the trace of blood on the corners of his mouth, before he spoke with an expressionless look, appearing very tranquil. If not for the fact that he himself was capable, perhaps he would have been crippled a moment ago. Lu Jie started out rather heavily. "Now, do you want to compete with me?" Lu Jie once again slightly smiled. His smile was rather cunning. Qin Xiang knew Lu Jie must have used some powerful means to attack him. However, it was not seen by others. He himself did not see anything, and he knew that this kind of attack was definitely formidable. "No, I'm going to kill you," Qin Xiang coldly said. He had not even walked 2 steps before he suffered a lightning-like kick, hitting him on the knees and causing him to kneel on one knee. Everyone was immediately shocked. All of them fiercely backed off as they realized something must have definitely occurred a moment ago, which caused Qin Xiang to speak out these kind of ruthless words. Lu Jie's face turned completely cold. Extreme martial sect's top youngest expert, good prestigious name. "I now want to make you kneel. I'd like to see what is your ability. Seriously, I hate your very face. I'm jealous of the fame you got. I want to destroy you. I'll use my strength to prove that I'm stronger than you." While speaking, Lu Jie grabbed Qin Xiang's hair, while his foot was on Qin Xiang's other knee. He intended to make Qin Xiang kneel on both legs. Qin Xiang was completely angry. He did not expect Lu Jie's thoughts would be so abnormal. Qin Xiang's arm suddenly turned incomparably fiery. This was the power lended to him by Long Shui. She too could not stand idly and watch. "Kneel down." Lu Jie raised his leg as he shouted with a grim voice. He vigorously kicked on Chen Xiang's other knee. In his opinion, Chen Xiang was already heavily injured and was not able to resist anymore. Chen Xiang's anger had reached the boiling point. His face turned very red as shocking slaughter qi overwhelmingly emerged at the hotel's entrance, sending many bystanders to involuntarily quiver. At this moment, they felt as if they were in HELL. They felt that the slaughter qi could seize their life at any moment. Chen Xiang had killed a lot. The evil creatures he had killed were rather difficult to count, so the slaughter qi Hiesu Mulat could even make those deans feel ashamed. Lu Jie at this moment was slightly astonished as he stared at Chen Xiang in dismay. On one knee, Chen Xiang burst into a roar. This roar was filled with anger like a dragon's roar, causing the entire hotel to slightly shook from its power. The roar echoed everywhere, and it was extremely terrifying. At the same time he let out that furious roar, Chen Xiang blasted out his fist like a thunderbolt, and it ruthlessly and quickly landed on the only visible part between Lu Jie's two legs. That crazy fist strength suddenly surged into Lu Jie's body, and he was unable to endure it as he fiercely spewed out a mouthful of blood. After that terrifying strength entered Lu Jie's body, even undulations burst forth from his body with the fierce winds. In an instant, the place where Lu Jie stood was completely wrecked. With both of his hands covering the place in between his legs, Lu Jie trembled and retreated a few steps back. His complexion turned ashen, but there was more of a shock written all over his face. He himself was rather clear of the power Chen Xiang's fist had exuded from a moment ago. Either quickly get out, or continue to stay in the extreme martial sect. Whoever insult me must die. Chen Xiang's voice was filled with hate. It was sharp as a blade, bringing about a lingering fear to everyone nearby. Chen Xiang strided away. Although Long Xue's power was still there, he could not use it. His body had suffered serious injuries, yet he had still used Long Xue's great power, and this would make it difficult for him to recover. If he was even a tad bit more seriously injured, he would have been crippled. A while ago, that guy hit you with a fist in a very, very quick speed. Moreover, his attack was so quiet that when I discovered it, you have already been hit. Long Xue said, this kind of martial skill is very rare. Is it the legendary ghost martial technique? Su Meiyao doubtfully said. Chen Xiang returned to the extreme Dan King courtyard. He had ruthlessly punched the manhood of Lu Jie, yet he was only injured, nothing more. The power within his fist a moment ago was not at all weak, but it could be seen that Lu Jie's defense was also stronger. Chen Xiang knew that Lu Jie was a powerful enemy. Chapter 264, Black Tortoise External Strength Technique. Chapter 264, Black Tortoise External Strength Technique. After eating a piece of HELL Spirit GRA. Chen Xiang felt a lot better. However, his injuries were still very serious, which left him with no choice but to eat some more HELL Spirit GRA. To recover faster. Ghost Martial Technique? Chen Xiang felt that it was definitely something frightening. An invisible martial skill. A martial skill similar to a ghost, thus its name. However, this kind of ghost martial technique has already been lost with time. Its learning conditions are also very harsh. Su Meiyao said till here, before she burst into a strange laugh. Bai Yuyu let out a cold snort as she spoke. The ghost martial technique has always been learned by females. If a man insisted on learning it, the consequence could only be one in the end. That is the shriveling of his manhood. The corner of Chen Xiang's mouth fiercely twitched for a while. He suddenly understood why, when he struck in between Lu Jie's legs, he didn't felt anything there. No wonder this guy is so abnormal. Chen Xiang slightly gasped. Although he had a high bounty on his head, many people were jealous of him. After all, his name was already well known throughout the entire Chimu mainland, and many martial artists dreamed to be world famous. All of them had degrees of vanity. I want to kill this guy. I want to become strong. Chen Xiang fiercely pounded both his fists on the ground and ruthlessly shouted. Regarding the ghost martial technique, we don't know too much about it, but from looking at his attack, we discovered that the true qi he had used was very strong. From the start, he wanted to kill you, so he exhausted all his power. However, after it struck your body, the strength was less than in general, and because of your tough, powerful body and the black tortoise adamantal armor, your life was saved. Su Meiyao said. Although that scene when Chen Xiang got attacked was quite short, it was still clearly engraved in their mind, so they could perform such a detailed analysis. So you have to toughen up your body. If you use the universal true qi along with divine exercises, your strength should be comparable to his. But you still have to defend against his ghost martial technique. If he had attacked you again, you would have definitely died. Fortunately, that guy wanted to make you kneel down to him. Bai Yu said, a powerful body, it was rather easy to speak than to make it the truth. Just wanting to become stronger would not make him stronger. Currently, his immortal and devil body was at 2nd level. However, he could not progress and reached a bottleneck. Not to mention in a short time, even if I have a long time, it's difficult to progress in my body cultivation. Qin Xiang heaved a deep sigh. Says who? When you had obtained the black tortoise adamantal armor last time, didn't you get a black tortoise external strength technique? Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten. At that time, he had given it to these two beauties to look over. The prerequisites are rather harsh. The first thing required is to have a 2nd level immortal and devil body. The second is to have an extremely large furnace, along with someone who is very proficient in controlling the flames. The third requires the cultivator to jump into the furnace and operate the cultivation method of the black tortoise external strength technique inside. The fourth is to be able to come out of the furnace alive. Su Meiyao said. The corner of Chen Xiang's eyes twitched. Wasn't this committing suicide? Jump into a furnace for tempering. What is he supposed to do if he got cooked alive? This is just the entry stage of the black tortoise external strength technique. According to aforementioned records, if the entry stage is accomplished, your 2nd level immortal and devil body would directly advance to 5th level. Bai Yu said, listening to her tone, she very much supported the idea of Chen Xiang going through the tempering. The 2nd level immortal and devil body already made Chen Xiang extremely powerful. Not to mention the 5th level. If his body was not in the 2nd level, he would not have been able to do so many things. For instance, fuse with the fire spirit, learn powerful divine exercises or devil techniques, all of which had very high requirements for the body. How long would it take? 3 days and 3 nights. This is just the entry stage. After the entry stage, you will need to gather other mixtures to temper your body. If it is the furnace, then ordinary molten iron would be enough. Listening to Su Meiyao's words, Qin Xiang's complexion turned pale. Molten iron, jumping into it for refining, and that too for 3 days and nights. Qin Xiang would very much like to know who thought out this abnormal external strength technique. He would also like to ask whether this person had actually gone through this kind of body tempering. Qin Xiang shook his head. As long as it was any sane person, they would feel fear regarding these methods. I do not meet enough conditions. I don't have that big of a furnace, nor can I think of anyone to help me in tempering. Qin Xiang said with a wry smile, you absolutely meet enough. The divine weapon, Heavenly Empire's Empress, definitely has this kind of furnace. She is a grand refiner in regards to controlling flames. That is definitely not a problem. You have already seen her body. Moreover, you know each other's many confidential secret. She will definitely help. Su Meiyao let out an ambiguous, tender laugh. From here, the divine weapon Heavenly Empire was somewhat distant. However, if he used the vermilion bird fire wings, he he would be able to reach it quite soon. Moreover, from a long time ago, he had wanted to visit and take a look around. Lu Jie, I'll definitely kill you, even make you kneel before me. Chen Xiang became resolute in his heart and decided to go to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire and go through the tempering. 2 days pas, said, and Chen Xiang had completely recovered. If not for him having the HELL spirit GRA S, he wouldn't know how long it would have taken him to recover. Moreover, Chen Xiang and Lu Jie's matter had already spread to the ears of many people. However, Chen Xiang had always been staying in the extreme Dan King courtyard. Those who wanted to find him could not find him. Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin both knocked on the door, but it was only opened by Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian knew Chen Xiang was recovering inside the private room. That was why she did not bother to go. Regarding this, she had also been very concerned. These past 2 days, Yun Xiaodao and the others had all met with her to ask about Chen Xiang's situation. Chen Xiang, how are you? Wu Qianqian hadn't refined any dawn these past 2 days. She sat in the room waiting for Chen Xiang. From the information she had heard, Chen Xiang was spewing blood and was almost forced to kneel down. She had a pretty good understanding regarding his strength. The fact that he vomited blood was evidence in itself that Chen Xiang had been seriously injured. Chen Xiang mischievously smiled. I'm all good now. I've recovered from my injuries. That guy hasn't left yet, right? Wu Qianqian saw Chen Xiang's mischievous smile and heaved a long sigh. That guy called Lu Jie challenged an elder yesterday and also defeated him, even though the elder was in the 8th level of the true martial realm. He was very strong. Both the dean and elder Wu attested to this. Chen Xiang was shocked in his heart. Lu Jie could fight with the 8th level true martial realm elder. He was sure his own fist was quite heavy, and with the aid of Long Shui's power, it was comparable with 7th level true martial realm, even though he had weakened the power at that time in order to not damage his own body. You want to kill him? Wu Qianqian asked in some worry. I'm definitely going to kill him. Whoever insults me must die. Chen Xiang coldly said as invisible slaughter qi suddenly overflowed from his body, making Wu Qianqian's whole body cold. If Dean and Elder Wu come to look for me, tell them I went to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. Qianqian, you do not need to worry about me. As long as Lu Jie remains in the extreme martial sect for 10 days, I'll definitely send him to HELL. Chen Xiang threw out the sentence before he walked out of the extreme Dan King courtyard. He quietly left the extreme martial sect and Tianmen City. Currently, there was still a 15 million crystal stones bounty on him. He must improve rather quickly to deal with this. After leaving the Tianmen City, Chen Xiang released the vermilion bird fire rings and soared into the sky. He arrived above the clouds before he flew towards the divine weapon, Heavenly Empire. It would probably take him 2 or so days to get there if he had not strided into the 5th level of the true martial realm. It would have taken him even longer. After 2 days and 2 nights of uninterrupted flying, a rather huge city far away appeared in Chen Xiang's view. This was the largest of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire, the divine weapon city. Chapter 265, Refine Me. Chapter 265, Refine Me. Chen Xiang saw a blade and a sword erected at the entrance of the city, causing him to suddenly utter a cry of shock. Both the blade and the sword were rather huge. They were even higher than the city walls, and it seemed they were forged of iron. After entering the city, a rather bustling scene of the city came into Chen Xiang's view. Most of the store inside were selling weapons and armors. Moreover, he could also hear many sounds of hammering of iron. Because the refining of equipments required flames, there was a floor of refining on each of the store. This led to the rise of the entire city's temperature. The citizens here were very STU. DY, all of them were tall, strong, and very warm. But of course, no small number of people also came from other provinces. Majority of them came here to buy the appropriate weapon or came to get the goods to sell in other provinces. East of the city was the Divine Weapon Palace, which was surrounded by red high walls. It was the same as the extreme martial sect and had many courtyards of various sizes. In the past, it used to be the Divine Weapon sect, the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire's main organization. Inside, there were not only disciples, there were also some officials who were responsible for dealing various things for the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. Just as Qin Xiang arrived at the entrance of the Divine Weapon Palace, he stopped and took out the token given to him by Lu Menger. "I want to see your Empress," Qin Xiang dismissively said. He had easily arrived here since he had not encountered any kind of attack on the way. Wearing a straw hat, a big beard on his face, and also an eye patch covering one eye, made it harder for others to recognize him. Those guards at the main entrance, after seeing the token, did not dare to show the slightest bit of neglect and had someone arranged to go with Qin Xiang. As far as they know, not many could have this token. If required, the token could be used to mobilize the army of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. Having this token was also the proof of good relation with Lu Menger, and it was also the sign of her trust. These guards knew Shui Xianxian also had one. If Qin Xiang was familiar with the Divine Weapon Palace, he could also walk around with that token, but currently he was not even aware of the meaning of the token. Qin Xiang followed that guard through courtyards one after another, and finally arrived at a very remote place. In front is Her Majesty's residence. "I cannot go there. I don't dare to approach any closer." After speaking these words, the guard hurriedly left. In front, there was a very big courtyard, and Qin Xiang could even see a small mountain inside. At the same time, he could also smell the fragrance of flowers wafting from inside out. Indeed, it was the residence of a female. No one was around the large courtyard. It was rather quiet in here, and one could hear the cries of birds coming from the courtyard from time to time. Qin Xiang walked over. Originally, he had planned to directly go over the wall into the room and give Lu Menger a pleasant surprise. However, he didn't expect he would be sent into retreat by a powerful force. A very powerful formation was actually guarding the courtyard. Who? From inside the courtyard, bleak yet cold and beautiful shout came out. "It's me." Qin Xiang replied low-spiritedly. The door automatically opened. With a mischievous smile, Qin Xiang immediately walked inside. Just as he entered, the door was automatically closed, which made him secretly amazed. Lu Menger was actually lazy. After entering, a beautiful woman wearing a white longuette, leisurely sitting on the soft lawn, came into his view. Her eyebrows were twitching as she was observing a spirit pattern picture on a paper. At the moment, her pretty eyes were glistening strangely. This place was overflowing with the fragrance of flowers, as well as an intoxicating body fragrance of female. Seeing the elegant, refined, and with an blee-bearing Lu Menger in front, Qin Xiang's heart fluttered. He could not help but think of various ambiguous things he had experienced with her inside his mind. This made his lower abdomen suddenly hot. Humph! Lu Menger, although she still hadn't seen Qin Xiang, still felt the bizarre temperature change in Qin Xiang's body, causing her to spat. Regarding Qin Xiang, this little rascal, she was already used to his demeanor. Lu Menger stood up and walked towards Qin Xiang, feeling the fragrant wind blowing. Qin Xiang, who was in a daze, suddenly regained his senses as he mischievously laughed and said, "Sister Menger, I came to see you." "Right, where is Xianxian? Is she not together with you?" "I have sent her to the Icewind Valley. Both Xianxian and Yulan have the very same constant tuition. Going there for her is very good." Lu Menger glared at Qin Xiang in resentment. With arms akimbo, she let out a tender snort before asking, "What is it? Quickly speak." Looking at that face that was as peerless and as beautiful as jade, Qin Xiang mischievously laughed. "Sister Menger, I truly came to see you and Xianxian, and I conveniently want your help too." Humph! Usually Lu Menger would have a cold, proud attitude, but after encountering Qin Xiang, she was at her wits' end, and her real character was exposed. Chun Xiang scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Sister Menger, aren't you going to ask me to sit down? Then give me some tea or something? Pooh, you have some business with me. Why should I serve you? Lu Menger concluded that Chun Xiang came because of something. Although she herself and Xue Xianxian often told Qin Xiang to come here, they knew Qin Xiang's character. If he truly wanted to come, then he would have already arrived. Lu Menger directly sat down on the lawn and said, "Just sit down, you don't have anything to hurry about, but I'm very busy." Qin Xiang sat cross-legged on the ground. Looking at Lu Menger, he laughed and said, "Sister Menger, are you angry at me?" Lu Menger tenderly snorted and said, "Who dares to get angry with you? You made us, old tyke." "Oh, and us bleed so much." "On the contrary, Hua Xian Yue, that seductress, only gave you a bit of dawn which didn't held any value." Chun Xiang was surprised for a moment. He suddenly felt Lu Menger seemed to be jealous and also interested in him. This made his heart suddenly palpitate as he felt some sort of inexplicable excitement. "Sister Menger, you are truly stupid. How could you send Yulan and Xianxian to the southern wasteland? That was too dangerous." Chun Xiang blamingly said. When Chun Xiang raised this matter, Lu Menger suddenly got angry. With her tender finger, she ruthlessly poked on Chun Xiang's forehead as too tender blush could not help but emerge on her beautiful face. "It is all because of you. I wouldn't have let them go, but Yulan, that girl actually said big rabbits. Since I didn't let her go," she kept on saying, "Humph, humph." Finally, I also had no other options as I could only make Xianxian follow her along, lest anything went wrong with that thick-skinned girl. Lin Yolan's voice was full of complaint. It was all Qin Xiang's fault, and it was him who had taught Lin Yolan everything. Chun Xiang Imbara singly started laughing. "Cough, cough, Sister Menger, I have 20 building foundation dawn. Does your divine weapon Heavenly Empire want it? If you want it, I can sell them to you." Lu Menger was surprised first, before she hastily replied, "I want it. Say your price." An evil smile appeared on Qin Xiang's face. "Kiss me, and I'll give you." Lu Menger tenderly spat in response and said, "Don't joke. Quickly say the price." Suddenly, the smile on Qin Xiang's face disappeared. He solemnly said, "I don't want money. I just want Sister Menger to help me with something." Lu Menger frowned tightly and asked, "What is it? Speak what you need." "Sister Menger, do you have a big furnace?" Lu Menger nodded her head. "I have. I usually use the big furnace for refining a large number of materials for refining equipments. Do you want me to help you refine something? Did you come to me for this trivial thing?" Chun Xiang shook his head and said with a wry smile, "I don't want you to refine something for me. Rather, I want you to refine me." "What?" Lu Menger suspected she had heard him wrong. Refine him? Was it not a suicidal act? Chapter 266, Jealousy. Chapter 266, Jealousy. Chun Xiang, seeing the slightly surprised appearance of Lu Menger, handed her a beast skin. Lu Menger's memory was excellent. She remembered when Qin Xiang obtained the black tortoise adamantal armor. This beast skin was inside, with the black tortoise external strength technique written on it. At that time, Qin Xiang wanted to give her a copy, but she had refused. As she opened it, those esoteric martial art method appeared in her view. Because it was a powerful divine exercise, her breath couldn't help but turn heavy as her chest heaved up and down. I didn't expect it to be so formidable. However, the requirements are considerably high. It actually requires second level immortal and devil body. You should have not reached it yet. Lu Menger said, according to her knowledge, the second level immortal and devil body should be comparable to the body of an 8th or 9th level true martial realm martial artist. She had also reached that level in the past. After looking through the black tortoise external strength technique, Lu Menjie immediately understood why Qin Xiang came to look for her, but now she was considering whether she should help Qin Xiang or not. If refining him had some mishaps, then Qin Xiang would end up dying. I have already reached it, Qin Xiang said as he scratched his head while laughing. Lu Menjie's tender body quivered. With a look of disbelief, she glanced at Qin Xiang. Her slender and tender hand rushed over to Qin Xiang like lightning, grabbing a hold of Qin Xiang's wrist. She said in a soft voice, "Don't resist. I'll check if you truly have the second-level immortal and devil body. If you have it, then I'll help you." Under normal circumstance, Lu Menjie could not see through Qin Xiang at all. If she didn't carefully probe Qin Xiang's body, in her eyes, Qin Xiang would be same as an ordinary man. As she let her divine sense enter Qin Xiang's body, she probed the strength of his body. If she hadn't done this, then she would have never noticed. However, the moment she did, she immediately discovered that Qin Xiang's body was far more stronger than she had imagined. "Humph, you hide too well." Lu Menjie retracted her hand back. Qin Xiang mischievously laughed and said, "Sister Menjie, I want to deal with a powerful guy. I want to quickly become powerful. That's why I can only take the risk. If I can successfully cross the first stage, in the future it will be much simpler. But by that time, I still have to trouble Sister Menjie." Lu Menjie let out a light snort and said, "How come you did not go to look for Hua Xiangyue, that seductress? She is also very strong." Qin Xiang could not understand. After he had arrived here, he had never even mentioned Hua Xiangyue, yet Lu Menjie had already spoke of her twice. "Sister Menjie, when can we start? I'll give you 20 building foundation dawn as a compensation." "This compensation can't be considered low," Qin Xiang said. 20 building foundation dawn were naturally not low. What Lu Menjie must do was very simple, and it was rather simpler than refining spirit equipment. She just have to look after the furnace and control the flames well. That was enough. "Follow me." Lu Menjie carefully considered for some time before deciding to help Qin Xiang. Even if Qin Xiang had not offered to give building foundation dawn, she would have still helped him. She wanted to obtain the building foundation dawn from Qin Xiang because she must prepare before the great storm. She wanted to train many powerful disciples to consolidate their basic strength. She could feel Qin Xiang was good to her, although he usually molested her, but it still brought both of them closer. "Sister Menjie, to tell you the truth, my dean bought them from me. I sold it to him for 500,000 crystal stones for 1 dan. You are my sister Menjie. That is why I brought them along with me. If I have more in the future, I will give them to you." Qin Xiang smiled and said, "To women, using the materialistic attack was extremely effective. Take Elder Dan, for instance. She was rather obedient now." While speaking, Qin Xiang took out 20 true elemental dawn and gave it to Lu Menjie. "Qin Xiang, from where did you get so many building foundation dawn?" Lu Menjie asked rather doubtfully. She took a look and found that these building foundation dawn were all of top-grade quality. Qin Xiang mischievously laughed. "If I said they were refined by me, will you believe?" "I don't believe." Lu Menjie immediately replied. Accompanying Qin Xiang, they walked towards a hill in front. At the foot of this hill, there was a cave entrance. Qin Xiang just laughed. "In the future, when you see Elder Dan, ask her, then you'll know." Lu Menjie still didn't believe. Rather, with jealousy in her tone, she asked, "How did you hook up with Hua Xiangyue, that seductress?" Qin Xiang pursed his lips. "Sister Menjie, why do you care so much about this? Xian was not as tensed as you." A flush appeared on Lu Menjie's pretty face. She herself didn't know why she was always concerned about this. But whenever she thought of Hua Xiangyue ambiguously touching Qin Xiang's cheek, she would always feel inexplicable uncomfortableness in her heart. "I'm worried for Xian. Are Yulan and Xian not enough for you?" Lu Menjie said in a low voice. She was already aware of the feelings Lung Yulan had for Qin Xiang. She knew Leng Yulan would stay together with Chen Xiang sooner or later, and Xue Xianxian wouldn't be against it. On the contrary, she would just get very close with Leng Yulan. How can it be enough? Unless Sister Menger also marries me. Chen Xiang touched his chin as he said with a grin. Lu Menger bit her lips, turned around, and hit Chen Xiang's head. You're joking in front of me, that's okay, but never ever say that in front of Xianxian and the others. Explain honestly, in the end, what is your relation with Hua Xiangyue? Although she is a very powerful woman, you brat have many means in hand. Hua Xiangyue getting closer with you is not impossible. Even Hua Xiangyue, an aloof Nirvana realm figure, didn't have any resistance towards Qinxiang at all. I came to know her in the secular world. Qinxiang, one by one, lay it all about how he encountered Hua Xiangyue in the secular world. On hearing this, Lu Menger was very surprised. She didn't expect Hua Xiangyue to actually have such close relations to Qinxiang. She knew Hua Xiangyue's status was not low, but at that time that seductress actually let Qinxiang, the little rascal who had not even entered the true marital realm, to look at her body. Moreover, it was also intentional. This woman's insight is actually so formidable. She had actually foreseen you'll have today's achievements. Xianxian and Yulan were also not mistaken, and you were actually not tempted. Lu Menger heaved a sigh. Qinxiang asked, Sister Menger, who the H-E-L is Hua Xiangyue. It seems she is responsible for managing Danxiang Taoyuan. Don't ask me. I too am not clear with things about her. Many years ago, she suddenly jumped out of nowhere, claiming to be a maid of the dean of the Danxiang Taoyuan. In her hands, she has the token of Danxiang Taoyuan's dean, and now she is responsible for dealing with many matters of Danxiang Taoyuan, as well as all those which were handled by the elders. Lu Menger shook her head. Don't you regret not accepting her as your woman that time? Of course not. Now, whenever I want to make her my maid, it will be done. Qinxiang proudly replied, although he was just joking. Who would believe it? Although that seductress is coquettish, she is extremely strong, at least in the Nirvana realm. Usually, she would have very little contact with other men. But why would she be so good to you? Lu Menger said doubtfully. Qinxiang also did not understand this. He just laughed and said, This is my charm, Sister Menger. Weren't you also impressed by my charm? Pa, don't boast. Keep a little bit of your strength for screaming. You will definitely die from pain. Lu Menger spat out a mouthful of saliva. As they walked into the cave, Qinxiang felt a bizarre, stifling heat coming from inside the cave, causing him to become rather tensed. Chapter 267 White Jade Dragon Cauldron. Chapter 267 White Jade Dragon Cauldron. After entering the belly of the mountain, a huge square furnace came into his view. It reached the top of the hill and exuded a continuous, scorching hot aura. Although it was very common in appearance, it could be easily seen that this huge furnace was ancient. It's very big, Qinxiang exclaimed. No need to use this for refining you. It would be too wasteful. I'd rather use this. Lu Menger took out a 4-legged furnace. It appeared to be made entirely out of white jade, but it was also very small. Qinxiang looked at that little jade cauldron on Lu Menger's palm and could not help but burst into laughter. Sister Menger, are you kidding me? What can this little thing do? There's no way anything but my little finger can be refined in there. Lu Menger glared at him and said, Inexperienced fellow. After Lu Menger put the jade cauldron on the ground, her eyebrows knit together as a white light suddenly burst out of the jade cauldron. It started growing in size before it became as high as a human in the blink of an eye. Qinxiang was suddenly dumbfounded. This jade cauldron could suddenly become many times larger. He knew this kind of mystical thing was definitely very rare. As if to confirm his suspicions, Su Meiyao soon tenderly shouted, This is the white jade dragon cauldron. It is also made up of dragon jade, similar to your brilliant flame dragon furnace. This woman is truly marvelous. Otherwise, she would not have the vermilion bird, tender, thread along with this cauldron. Her parents must be famous figures in the heavenly realm. The white jade dragon cauldron incorporates many rare materials. Due to this, the cauldron can become larger or smaller. The largest it should be able to become is the size of a hill. More than 10,000 years ago, it once appeared in the heavenly realm, setting off a sanguinary, but later there was no trace of it to be found anywhere. Long Shui was also very surprised. This white jade dragon cauldron could be said to be better than your brilliant flame dragon furnace. Chun Xiang gulped mouthful of saliva and said in surprise, "Sister Menger, is this the white jade dragon cauldron?" At this time, Lu Menger turned around in surprise as she hastily asked, "How did you know?" "My mother and father told me that I absolutely can't reveal the name of this cauldron. Otherwise it would bring a fatal disaster." Chun Xiang said softly, "And this cauldron should have set off a spree of plundering and murdering within the heavenly realm all those years ago. Was your kiss of the jade dragon also given to you by your parents? In the end, who are your parents? They actually are so formidable and even gave you so many good things." Lu Menger also felt very confused regarding this matter. She shook her head. "I don't know either. How do you know about this white jade dragon cauldron?" "The senior told me." Chun Xiang spread his hands and smiled. He had already told Lu Menger that he had obtained the guidance of a mysterious senior, which was why he knew about so many things. Lu Menger faintly sighed. Chun Xiang had also told her that he needed to keep the ident, one, tie of the senior's secret, which was why she could not ask anything. "When I refine equipment, this cauldron has aided me a lot. It allows me to do double the work with half the effort. Moreover, the refined materials are all much better. That being said, I rarely use it. Only when I want to refine something extremely powerful will I use it." Lu Menger made the white jade dragon cauldron turn a lot smaller. Afterwards, she placed pieces of iron in it for Chun Xiang to soak in. "Sister Menger, why was the weapon refined for Yulan not that good? In the southern wasteland, she was using a run-down blade, while Xianxian's weapon was quite good." Chun Xiang asked, "Rest assured, I'll refine a good weapon for her. Do you think I'm biased like you? Only good to one person." Lu Menger said with a pouty face, which looked rather cute. The onlooking Chun Xiang very much wished to squeeze her face. "When was I biased? I'm innocent." Chun Xiang spread his hands and asked, "I'll not give you half of the adamantal crocodile python. Leave it alone so I can use it to forge Lung Yolan's weapon." Lu Menger made the white jade dragon cauldron become a lot bigger, before pressing one hand on the foot of the furnace. As she poured in the fire, a bunch of flames from her tender palms surged out, before the snow-white furnace suddenly turned fiery red. The iron pieces inside it melted, becoming molten iron in the blink of eye. "Cut the C-R-A-P. You must be well prepared. Going inside is not a joke." Lu Menger weakened the fire, then once again put in a few pieces of golden red stones. The molten iron inside suddenly started seething and broke out with scorching chi waves one after the other. Seeing this, Chun Xiang could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. This molten iron could really send fear into one's heart. Chun Xiang had already memorized the cultivation chanting formula. There was nothing to prepare for any more. He took a long, deep breath, thinking of the insufficient strength he had and the scene where he was almost forced to kneel down by Lu Jie. His blood boiled with anger, and he clenched his fist tightly. Chun Xiang off his clothes, which caused Lu Menger to suddenly utter a rather sharp scream and blush. She hastily flung her head and yelled, "Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, what the H-E-L, L are you doing?" Chun Xiang grinned mischievously. "Of course I'm undressing. Taking a bath while wearing clothes. Is such a thing comfortable for you?" Although the last time you unknowingly showed me your big rabbits, I know it is rather disadvantageous for a woman. That's why I am paying you back. This way we're even." Lu Menger suddenly felt extreme shame and anger. She was red all the way up to her ears. She fiercely stamped her foot before tenderly shouting, "Don't you fear I'll burn you to death? You little rascal! How can you always be this annoying?" Chen Xiang fiercely took a jump and landed at the edge of the furnace. He looked at the golden red molten iron below, and suddenly his hair stood up. He took few deep breaths and said with a wry smile, "Sister Menger, you cannot bear to burn me to death." After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he jumped down into the cauldron. Just as Lu Menger wanted to say something, she heard Chen Xiang squealing like a pig getting butchered. Her complexion turned pale from fear. She hastily and tenderly shouted, "Little rascal, are you all right? How are you feeling? If you cannot bear it, then quickly come out." Seeing this Blee and decorous beauty, so concerned about him, Chen Xiang felt warmth. He felt there was nothing to fear, and clenched his teeth before saying, "I'm all right. In order to become strong, I'm ready to bear any kind of pain. Sister Menger, increase the temperature, it is not high enough. I'm exercising the skill, but it is not working." Lu Menger nibbled her red lips. She also didn't know why she felt pain in her heart. She increased the fire, which made the special molten iron in the furnace fiercely start seething. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang burst into bellowing bray, which made her heart secretly throb with pain. Why do I always accompany this little rascal in doing something crazy? Lu Menger asked herself. Her nibbled lips were about to bleed from the constant pressure. Listen up, you little rascal. I'm going to mobilize the bizarre formation inside the white jade dragon cauldron to increase your flow of time. On the outside, it will be only 3 hours for me, but it will be 3 days for you. However, I must cover the lid. If anything goes wrong, tell me immediately using your divine sense. Lu Menger said. She found that after hearing those painful screams from Chen Xiang, she could not calm herself down. If she could not control flame well due to her flaring emotions, Chen Xiang would fail in his cultivation. All right, hurry. Chen Xiang found the temperature inside rather unstable, and he had yet not successfully exercised the skill. After the lid was covered, the mountain belly suddenly quieted down. However, Lu Menger's heart was still not calm. She was extremely worried about Chen Xiang, but just a moment ago she could see Chen Xiang's desire for power. This was the way Chen Xiang could steadily achieve the power he desired. She had to do her best to help him. Chapter 268, 5th Level Immortal and Devil Body. Chapter 268, 5th Level Immortal and Devil Body. Inside the white jade dragon cauldron, Chen Xiang kept on howling in pain without stopping. At this point, the temperature had already been stabilized, and as he operated the exercise, the true qi revolved in accordance with the specified circulation in his meridians. The molten iron stimulated his body, giving birth to a peculiar energy that appeared in his bones and muscles. It was a kind of golden energy that directly fused with his muscles. Chen Xiang had experienced endless pain, and the idea of giving up had appeared many times in his heart. But whenever he thought of Lu Jie wanting to trample on his dignity, determination stemming from anger arose in his heart, making him persist on enduring. I absolutely cannot give up. Chen Xiang wrathfully pounded his fists on the furnace, bursting off with bang-bang sounds. Little rascal, do you want to come out? Lu Menger asked with her divine sense. No. Chen Xiang immediately replied. The true qi within his body has already started revolving and entered an excited state. Although he was enduring the pain, he felt his body transforming bit by bit, and this made him incomparably refreshed. If he was successful, he would acquire the 5th level immortal and devil body. If exchanged with an extreme state's body, it would not be as formidable as him. In other words, his defense in the future would become even more formidable. During the refinement process, Chen Xiang had already controlled the black tortoise adamantal armor into not resisting the scorching heat. Otherwise, there would be no point in jumping inside the furnace. After an hour pas said, Lu Menger once again asked Chen Xiang whether he wanted to leave or not. But after discovering that Chen Xiang could still answer, she heaved a sigh of relief. Although only an hour had pas said on the outside, within the furnace a whole day had already pas said by, while her true chi and divine sense kept on being drained. Pus. Plussing the time formation required a lot of her strength. After all, there was a living person inside. For this kind of perverse actions of Chen Xiang, Lu Menger knew she could not use common sense to deal with it. Chen Xiang was only just a few levels into the true martial realm, yet he had tempered his body into the second level of the immortal and devil body, which was extremely difficult. And after the refinement, he would have the fifth level immortal and devil body, which was even more astounding. There was not a moment when Lu Menger was not worried about Chen Xiang's life. She decided not to do this kind of crazy stuff together with Chen Xiang ever again, because this kind of worry was unprecedented for her. She was worried Chen Xiang would die, and thinking of the smiling little rascal leaving her, her heart suddenly felt a throbbing pain. As Chen Xiang, cultivated in accordance with the black tortoise external strength technique, he only felt the strength of his body soaring. He had never felt like this before. In just a short 3 days, he felt his own body was several times stronger than 3 days ago. Although he had advanced by only 3 levels, each additional stage of the immortal and devil body was pretty much different. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, only 3 hours had pas said on the outside. In these 3 hours, Lu Menger was worried to death. She suddenly felt her own feelings for Chen Xiang, those vague feelings becoming clearer and clearer, but she neither dared to admit nor dare to face this fact. She heaved a complex sigh and scolded. With what kind of sweet talk? Did this little rascal really bewitch me? In the future, I must avoid him. Sister Menger, I can come out. Lu Menger suddenly heard Chen Xiang shouting with his divine sense, so she hurriedly retracted the flames. As she opened the lid, she saw Chen Xiang leisurely lying on the inside, simply as if there was no molten iron inside, and as if he was just enjoying in the hot springs. Little rascal, are you successful? Lu Menger shouted in astonishment. Although she was surprised, she was rather joyful. Successful, but currently my whole body is aching. Sister Menger, you have to sage me. Anyways, you have to help me. Chen Xiang grinningly said. As he crawled out of the white jade dragon cauldron, Lu Menger immediately turned her head and tenderly spat. Little rascal, someday I'll make you look good. Chen Xiang dressed himself, grinned, and said, Sister Menger, thanks a lot. Can I kiss you as thanks? Pooh, no wonder you are successful. Your facial skin is so thick that you are not even afraid of molten iron. Lu Menger scoffed and said. She walked over, and with her delicate and beautiful hands, she fiercely pinched Chen Xiang's waist and vigorously gave a twist. Chen Xiang's soft flesh began turning as Lu Menger tenderly laughed and said, Don't think your 5th level immortal and devil body is formidable. Chen Xiang felt the pain in the waist, and he suddenly began howling. Sister Menger, I was wrong. Quickly stop! Lu Menger was in the nirvana realm, although she had not refined her body, but with the intake of spirit chi around the year, her body was nurtured with the true chi, making it become very strong. As a nirvana realm martial artist, with just a little bit of her strength, she could make Chen Xiang feel pain within an inch of his life. Who told you to always bully me? Lu Menger released Chen Xiang as she angrily spoke. I just want to dote on Sister Menger. It's just that Sister Menger does not appreciate it. Chen Xiang stuck out his tongue. Seeing Lu Menger's angry and shy appearance, he secretly complained in his heart. The divine weapon Heavenly Empire's Empress was truly alluring. With just a simple gesture, she could already capture a man's soul. Lu Menger glared at him. Knock it off. I'm but Xianqian's and Yulan's master. You have to respect me. If others came to know we have this kind of relations, H-I plus P, they would definitely gossip. What relation? Chunxiang asked while smiling. Humph, you little rascal, I hate you to death. Lu Menger stamped her foot on the ground and tenderly scolded. You quickly get out! You're always making me angry. Chunxiang suddenly pointed at the white jade dragon cauldron behind Lu Menger and said, You see that white jade dragon cauldron? Lu Menger immediately turned her head around. Chunxiang immediately approached her face and kissed on her tender cheeks. This caught Lu Menger by surprise for a moment, before she burst into a series of curses, while Chunxiang had already run out of the cave. Lu Menger's beautiful face was flushed red. She softly snorted before she received the white jade dragon cauldron and went out. Be careful that you don't get killed. You still have Xian Xian and Yulan. Lu Menger knew Chunxiang was going to fight a powerful adversary, thus she exhorted. I also have my beautiful sister Menger. Chunxiang grinned ear to ear, then rushed out of the courtyard entrance. He swaggeringly walked into the divine weapon palace. If not for his need to return quickly, he would have definitely stayed with Lu Menger for some time. Being together with the Empress made him strangely excited. Chunxiang flew back to the extreme martial sect, and in total it only took him 5 days. Before he left, he also gave the black armored crocodile he had obtained in the southern wasteland to Lu Menger to let her forge an armor for Lung Yulan. After returning to the extreme martial sect, Chunxiang immediately inquired about Lu Jie's location, and he came to know that he was in the first martial courtyard. In that place he had already roped in a lot of people, and he also fared very well with several true disciples of the first martial courtyard. After Chunxiang and Lu Jie's matter occurred, Chunxiang had disappeared, and according to Lu Jie, Chunxiang would not be able to recover before 1 to 2 years. This clearly proved he was a lot stronger than Chunxiang. However, many thought he was just being shameless. Not only was he older than Chunxiang, he was also a lot stronger than Chunxiang in cultivation. He got so proud after winning against Chunxiang, as if he had won against a 9th-level true martial realm martial artist. Humph, a 7th-level true martial realm guy winning again Chunxiang, a 5th-level true martial realm martial artist, and actually still boasting. He really has thick skin. Zhu Rong, while looking at Lu Jie far away in the square, ridiculed. Exactly, this kind of guy is simply not in the same level as elder brother Qin. Yun Xiaodao sneered in agreement. Their voices were rather loud, causing many to hear. After the distant Lu Jie heard, his complexion turned incomparably colder. His figure suddenly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye he had already appeared in front of Zhu Rong. D.A.M. And Fatty, do not think after entering the King Martial Courtyard you can be self-righteous. Not to mention you, even Chunxiang, I could slap you both to death. Lu Jie coldly said. He raised his palm high and fiercely smacked towards Zhu Rong's face. Just as Zhu Rong thought he was dead, Lu Jie's hand suddenly came to a halt. Chunxiang's tall and strong figure appeared in front of him, blocking Lu Jie's wrist with just his finger, completely stopping Lu Jie's assault.